my colleague Yaovi from ICANN will also come to do the same thing. When the presentation is ready, you can start. Can we have the presentation loaded? Come again? But it's open. AIS powered by Liquid. Ah. You don't have the presentation? Cedric is supposed to. It's not, it's UBC. Okay, so by the time they are getting ready, I'm going to give you the agenda. So this session is going to have 5 points. The first point will be the internet ecosystem. So I'm trying to give you the big picture of the elements of the internet ecosystem and the definition. So after that, I'm going to discuss about Afrinic. So we're going to focus now on Africa, where we're going to discuss about Africa internet ecosystem with the different actors that are playing there, and also mainly Afrinic and the key element, the key component that are helping Afrinic to govern internet in Africa. And after that, I'm going to take you through some of the elements of the this meeting. So what is going to happen, the day 1, day 2, day 3, what are the things that you guys are going to face during this week. And after that, I'll hand it over to my colleague of ICANN. They'll come and tell you what ICANN is doing for the internet community. And after ICANN, we are going to have a word from Internet Society as well. And we are going to have a visit of the Afrinic Board of Directors that will come and say hi and say some word to the community. So this has the 5 points that we are going to have for this new conversation. Okay, let's try to do this to save time. You got USBC? Or what if I can connect to Zoom? You have to send me the Zoom link is the one that we used yesterday, right? Yeah. You're connected with Zoom, right? Cedric? Zoom. I'm trying to connect some should let me in. You have this thing. C'est bon? Okay. Okay, sorry for the delay. It was actually a test to ensure that everything is fine. So we'll be able to start very soon. Then that we are going to be settled. Okay. So without further ado, we're going to start. Okay, for this new session, conversation, we are going to have the following agenda. Next, please. Okay, so and as I just said, we are going to talk about the internet ecosystem and African governance elements of an African meeting about ICANN and about internet society. Next. For the internet ecosystem, I'm going to describe the elements of the internet ecosystem. We are going to understand the roles of those different elements. And I'm going to end by explaining why we have created Afrinic for Africa. Next. So the internet ecosystem is the term used to describe the organization and community that have organically evolved to guide the operations and development of the technology and infrastructure that comprise the global internet. And these organizations share the common value of open development internet. So it's basically all the organizations that we have that are working on the internet, the users, the governments, any entity that are using internet are part of this ecosystem. So this table shows you the different elements. So here we can see that we have 6 core elements. We have the naming and addressing. So that where you can see Afrinic and ICANN. We also have open standard development, so there are organizations that are working to create standards. Internet is this common space that we are all using, and we must be able to discuss, to communicate regardless the device that we are using, the protocol. So this is why we have to have a single type of protocol. We have to harmonize way of doing things so that regardless the devices, regardless the brand that we are using to connect the internet, we should be able to communicate. And we have the users, of course, that we have education that is important. We have local, national, regional, so you can see that on this internet ecosystem, on these 6 big groups, you can see that each of one, regardless what you are doing, are fitted somewhere. And now let's focus on the internet numbers. Because we need those numbers to get connected to the internet, because we need those numbers to connect the networks, to connect our organization to the internet, we have been through what we are calling the area system. So next, I'm going to show you the evolution of the area system. So we have the central registry first. That was where the area ancestor John Postel were issuing IP addresses and autonomous system numbers to connect networks and devices to the internet. And after that, we had in 1992 RIPE-NCC that found that the needs of for managing those IP regionally, because it was centralized, they have created the first area. And after that, we have APNIC that come up in 1993, ARIN 1997, LACNIC 2002, and AFRINIC in 2005. So the question that you can ask is that AFRINIC have been created in 2005. How those organizations that were in Africa used to have IP address back then? Next. So here I'm going to show you how Africa was shared before divided, before AFRINIC would come up to operations. So we were divided into 3. So we had from the central to the north, that those organizations there were getting IP address and autonomous system numbers for RIPE-NCC. We had the Indian Ocean that were getting IPs from APNIC, and we have the South getting IPs from ARIN. So you can see that what we have to know is that in the area system, for an organization to be able to get IP numbers, this organization must comply to the rules that are in place, that have been put in place by those local communities. So for instance, if you are based at that time, if you were maybe in Lesotho and wanted to get IP address, you must be eligible, you must follow the rules that were put in place by the Northern America. So you see that the rules were not the same, the reality was not the same, the size of the network was not the same. So the African community were having a lot of problems to getting IPs, and even also to pay some invoices. I remember that some of members were obliged to use Visa card, and at that time it was not very easy to have those ways of paying the invoices, so it was very complicated. So for the community, next please, it's working now? All right. So these are some of the reasons why we decided in Africa to create our own registry. So the first thing is to be able to address the IP needs in a way that is reflecting African reality. And remember that the rules that AFRINIC is using to address, to issue those IP, are rules that have been created by Africa community. So we brought the ability to create, to deliberate resource policy in Africa. So our community learned how to do that. And this is what we are calling the proximity. And also local services. Now we have been in a situation where Africans were able to find tier 3 operators, mobile MNOs, that meet their realities. Because if you are a big MNO operating in Europe, they don't have the same reality that customers in Africa. So we have been able to have this proximity. And also because we have a regional internet registry, we have developed some more capacity building. We realized that we've been able to bring those big internet conferences into in Africa, also in Africa as well, because in the past, we used to have those big conferences outside Africa, but because today we have a strong internet ecosystem in Africa, those organizations can see, this year, for instance, we are going to have Africa IGF in Africa again, here in Kenya, and these are international events that are coming because we are a strong internet community now in Africa. The area system today is it, so we have 5 now, so we have AFRINIC that is covering Africa and the Indian Ocean. And yeah, now let's talk about we are going to focus now on Africa and discuss the African ecosystem. So if it's the first time for you to be there, to be in this conference, we are going to hear AF Stars. So this next session is going to discuss AF Stars. So AF Stars are organizations that are working to develop internet in Africa. So those organizations I put some of their, so those organizations here, so we have AFNOG, that the key role is capacity building. We have AFRINIC, that the key role is numbers. AfricaSet for security, AFREN for research and education, AFP for infrastructure, Africa Top Level Domain for domain names. We have Africa IGF for internet governance in Africa. We have ICANN Initiative Toward Africa. And we have Internet Society Initiative and different chapters that we have in Africa. So those organizations are working for a better internet in Africa. And as like you can see here, I put many more. So we have many other organizations that are working on internet in Africa, but the name did not start by AF. So, but most of the time when we are going to tell AF Stars, because most of those organizations name starts by A and F. So this is why we are going to call them AF Stars. Now, we are going to go discuss about what AFRINIC is doing for Africa and the list of the services, some of the servicing, and what we are doing for the community. So this AFRINIC, we are covering Africa and Indian Ocean. So we have started operation in 2005. We have over 40 full-time staff. We are non-for-profit. The HQ is Mauritius, and we have today over 2,500 members, resource members that we're having. AFRINIC is managed by a board of directors. They were there. Some of them were there, and they will come later to say hi to the community. So we have 1 seat per region. So AFRINIC has 60 regions. We have the North, 6X, West, Central Africa, and Indian Ocean. That's the 6 regions that we are having. And also we have 2 non-regional seats where we also have some of our community members there. But the board of directors alone, they cannot run their organization. So this is why we have many other committees that are there to help those directors to manage the organization. So you can see we have the AFRINIC membership. We have the nomination committee, we have election committee, we have the GovCom, we have the Council of Elders. So I'm going to take you through very quickly in those different elements. And those are subgroups that are helping the directors to run the organization. And they are made with community members. So we are going to have some election. It's a bit late to stand, but we are going to have election. If you are there and you can't vote, please don't hesitate to vote. So today, these are the directors that we are having. Their chair is from Nigeria, and the vice chair is from Morocco. And they have been elected last year. They will be there for the next 3 years. Now, I'm going to take you through some of the committee, and you're going to see the different elements, how many people are there, how can you guys want to, if you want to apply. So I'm starting by the nomination committee. So the role is for each election that AFRINIC is going to have, all the applicants will send their application to the nomination committee. So they're going to do the screening and come up with the finalists that can stand for this position. So that's the role of the NOMCOM. So there are 4 members that are appointed by the board, as you can see, and we are going to have election. The election of the GovCom is currently open and is going to last until the day we are going to release who have been selected to be part of the nomination committee. The NOMCOM is closed. We have the NOMCOM already, sorry. The NOMCOM is closed. It's the GovCom that the election is open, but the nomination committee is closed. We have received some application for the election that we are ongoing. So, yeah, it's closed. So you can no more have a seat for that. Now we have the election committee. So election committee is based of African staff. So I'm myself part of the election committee. So what we do is just to do the administrative function of the election, push candidate name on the website, ensure that the system is ready for a member to be able to vote. So it's only purely administrative. So it's just staff that are appointed by the CEO to do those administration function. Now we have the governance committee. So the governance committee is going to be there to advise Afrinic ecosystem, the board, everything. So we are going to have bylaw review, the Afrinic constitution that is being reviewed by the community. So at the end, the GovCom is the one who is going to, the committee who is going to take the final version and put this version before the members for adoption. So GovCom is playing a key role for the community. So we are going to have election of GovCom. Election is open, so we are going to see very soon the members of the governance committee. Now we have the Council of Elders. So voters for the board to have some advice for people, from the community members that were in this position before. So they are just there to give advices for the current board. Now, we are going to talk about another important point, that is the African Policy Development Working Group. So I just explained that each time that African is going to give an IP to an organization, African use a book called the Consolidated Policy Manual that we are used to call CPM. So Wednesday you are going to hear CPM. CPM is the Consolidated Policy Manual. So this document is where the community put the rules that African has to use to issue IPs to members. And this is the working group that is in charge of this work. They propose the deliberate resource policy. So it's very important for you as community member and also as resource member to this part of this working group, because this is where community decides how African is going to manage the IPs numbers for Africa region. So it's very important. So we have two co-chairs that is running this group, and we are going to have election of the new two co-chairs Wednesday during the next PPM. PPM is Public Policy Meeting, PPM. And we are going to hear DPP, that is Draft Policy Proposal. So Wednesday we are going to hear DPP, PPM, so these are words that you are going to hear love. And the PDP, Policy Development Process. So we have two coaches, I just said, and we have a community that is discussing the policy that Africa is going to use to manage the IP numbers for Africa. And the last committee that I want to share is the appeal committee. The appeal committee is very important for the community, for this working group, because when a policy reaches consensus, when the co-chairs say that we have reached consensus on a given policy, if one of the community members is not happy of this decision, he can use the appeal committee to appeal on to ensure that they follow the PDP to come to this decision. And they are going to go through, and a conclusion will be sent to the community saying that we receive an appeal regarding this policy, this appeal is correct, or this appeal is not correct, and we are going to move forward. We have the policy development process itself, but Wednesday we are going to go deeper so that you are going to have more understanding on how this working group is doing. And so, but now it's very important to know that we have this working group. It's open for everybody. You can join. And we also have the appeal committee if you don't happy with the consensus that have been given by the Now, African membership, I'm going to discuss very quickly about the Afrinic ecosystem. So Afrinic has this membership, and Afrinic has this community. Number one is the membership. So Afrinic has 3 types of members. So we have the resource members that are organizations that are in Africa and are using IP addresses to connect their customers and the network to the internet. So they can do everything. They are the kings. They are the kings in our ecosystem. They can vote. They can, they can get IP directly for us, ultimate system directly for us. So they are the kings. They are the one electing the board of directors. And when a community member is elected board of director, is automatically become a registered contact, a registered member. So the registered members can also vote. They sign a contract, and they can observe during the AGM if they don't want to vote. It's their choice. And the last membership that we have is associate members. So associate members are organizations or even individuals that want to support Afrinic operations. So they have to submit the request to the directors. And if the director, after the evaluation of the request, think that they can become associate member, they will send the contract with them and they will sign and become associate member. So we have the resource members, we have registered members, and we have associate members. Those are the 3 types of members we have. And next to that, we have the community. The community is everybody, so you can be member or not. To be part of the community, you just have to register to our member list and to follow what you are doing, to contribute. And also, the most important is that you deliberate resource policy. So the advice that we are giving to members is that since their community is open, it's not closed, as resource member, if you're not part of this working group, the policy development working group, it's the community at large that will dictate how Afrinic will manage the IP numbers for your organization. This is why we advise our members to register to this working group. And today we have very few members on this working group because when they get the IP address, they go back to the business and they don't realize that behind this organization, we have a lot of committees that are working to ensure that internet is working well in Africa. So it's very important for a resource member to be on this working group. So still in African governance, we also have the community meetings. So these are places where the community meets, and it's for everybody. You can be techies, you can be non-techies. We have seats for everybody, and we are doing this at least once per year, but most of the time we are doing 2 per year. So this is the first meeting that we are having, that is Africa Internet Summit. And we might have probably another one at the end of the year, that is the Afrinic standalone meeting, where we are going to receive all this technical community and non-technical community in Africa. So as I just said, we have 2 meetings, so yeah, and one that we are in, that is taking place now, and the second one will be notified to the community later in the year. Now, I will end my presentation by telling you some of the key elements of this meeting. So, when we are coming to Afrinic meetings, you have some activities, some key activities that are happening in our meetings. So, the day one, so the day one is the newcomer session. That is the orientation session for those who have never been in this ecosystem before, for them to know what is going to happen during this meeting, what are the name, what are the organizations that are gathering here. And the key point is that we are going to have the Afrinic Government Working Group also. It's a closed session that will start very soon. If you are a government representative, you should have received an invitation for this closed session. We have the AF Stars there that is coming next after this newcomer session, and we are going to have the official opening in the afternoon. So what the advice that you can give is that you take notes and you contribute, and you also ask questions, but don't forget to introduce yourself for the recording, and also to be able to network to each other. And the day two is going to be a technical section. So most of the time, the second day is we are going to have some presentations that are technical for most of them. This is the occasion for you to know the last updates on the internet ecosystem, what are the protocols that are coming, what are the technologies that are being implemented in our organizations. So here as well, I will encourage you to take notes, contribute, and ask questions. The day number 3 is going to be the PPM, Public Policy Meeting. So, and for this day, it's a bit special compared to the first 2 days, because you need to get prepared. If you're not prepared, you're going to be lost, completely lost, because people are going to discuss policies that have been being discussed on the mailing list right now. So if you're not on this mailing list and during the PPM, you're going to be lost because people are going to ask questions, talk about topics that you are not aware of. So this is the reason why you need to get prepared. This is why I put this link here for you to go on the AFRINI website and to check the proposal, the policy that are going to be discussed. We are going to have 6 for Wednesday. I'm going to be there as well with my colleague Madvi, that we are all in the policy liaison team. And we are going to be there as well. So during this day, we are going to have another two other key items. That is going to be the Policy Development Working Group co-chair selection. So we are talking about selection, not election, in the Policy Development Working Group, because they tend to work by consensus. So it's a bit different from an election. And we also have to have the election of the ASOEC representative for AFRINIC, for Africa region. So those 3 key things are going to happen Wednesday. So please get prepared, get ready. Go to the AFRINIC website. You can also go to the archive. You can open and read to get familiar with the topic that can be can add more value in what you are doing now. Oops. No. Day number. Okay. All right. So the day 4 is going to be AFRINI Members Day. So we are going to meet our members to give them like deep presentation of what we are doing. It's also going to be open for the community. So if you want to know the servicing they are giving to the community, today is just like a big picture of what we are doing, what you are going to see during the week. But if you want to go deeper, I invite you this Thursday to come in the morning to see the services we are giving to the community. We're going to go deeper into those services. We are going to have also the the annual general members meeting. This is going to be the meeting that is reserved to our members. This is why I put the priority given to AFRINI membership. When we are going to start the AGMM, we are going to ensure that the members, AFRINI resource members, are there, and the observer that are not members can join when we still have available seat. But I know the room is big enough to accommodate all of us, so we are going to welcome you at the AFRINI AGMM. And we are going to have the GovCom representative election as well, as I just said. And we are going to give you the name of their selected member. The last one is the day 5. The day 5 is going to be ISOC Day and ICANN Day. So those are 2 organizations that are doing a lot for internet in Africa and the world. So Friday is going to be a day for them, and they will be able to discuss what they are doing, the initiative they have to Africa community. So you have to be there and ask questions, contribute, and take notes. So this is the last slide that I have for you. So at the end of the meeting, we are going to receive a link for the survey. So please be honest. Tell what we need to change, what I'm missing, and you want us to add for the next meeting. And also don't forget to participate. You have to be there. You have to help AFRINI to grow. And to be able to do that is to register to our mailing list and contribute to what AFRINI is doing. Thank you, and I hope it has been informative for you. And I want to now call Yaovi from ICANN. I give you the floor to Susan. Do you want to? I'm good? Okay, all right. So Yaovi, over to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yaovi. I'll try to use just 5 minutes so that we stay on time. Because I used to be fighting in Africa. Since 30 years now, we are organizing meeting, and now we are improving. And then I think we should continue improving so that we don't push, and then we end at 8 or 7 in the evening. So I'll just use 5 minutes. First, ICANN Day is day 4. We have our session on day 4 on Thursday, so from 2 p.m. to 6. So I'll be brief because we'll have the opportunity on Thursday to go deeper on what ICANN is doing. So for the ICANN slide, I have 10 slides, but I'm not going to use all of them because I'll be very, very brief. And all of us in this room, we have an email address in this room, I'm sure. And then what ICANN is doing, first ICANN as an organization is one of the organizations in the internet ecosystem. So ICANN is Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. So ICANN is created in 1998. If you have the slide, okay. So what I want to mainly share is that ICANN is working on the domain name, the top level domain name. We concentrate on the top level domain name. When we say top level domain name, anytime we have an email address for newcomers, after the symbol at, the last label at the end is what we call the top level domain name. So this is what ICANN mainly is managing. So you'll see at the beginning, we see the top level domain names. You see 2 characters. For countries, you see 3 characters. And then we have longer labels like 11, 10. And then also we have these labels in script or characters we are not used to, like people using the ASCII. You have today a label in older scripts, which are not necessarily the Latin script. So the role of ICANN, when you see this slide, when you talk about the names, so we want to refer to domain name and the top level. So at the top level, ICANN is the one coordinating, and ICANN is delegating the management to other organizations. So in countries, for example, you have the 2 code for a country. ICANN delegate the management to an entity. If it is not 2 later, or we call them most of the time the generic top-level domain names. My colleague Bob Osheng in this room will be talking on Thursday about in deep about what we call the new generic top-level domain name, because something is happening days, weeks, and then he will share more information. This is the domain name. So briefly, ICANN is coordinating the top. We have also the numbers. From the previous presentation, ICANN is giving a block to various regions. As you can see on the slide, we have ICANN giving the blocks to ARIN, LACNIC, AFRENIC, RAP, NCC, and also APNIC. So ICANN is giving the block of number resources, IP addresses, autonomous system numbers, so ICANN is giving to region. So this is also what role ICANN is playing, the number resources area. So we have the names, we have the numbers, and then we are also working with AFRENIC, ISOC on the protocol parameters. Briefly, we see ICANN has the headquarters in Los Angeles, and then we have now regional offices in Brussels, in Istanbul. Istanbul is covering Africa and the Middle East. We have also an engagement office in Nairobi here, so if you have time, we have a booth at the back. When we go out, we have an ICANN booth, so we'll be able to share more about ICANN, and then we have an engagement center in Nairobi here. So to close, I want to invite us before our session on Wednesday that we have a various way to get involved. So when you go to ICANN website, you see what we call the engagement calendar. You see what is happening in many area. And then also, we have also some programs to support participation. We have the fellowship program, and then we have the Next Gen program. So we have all this information on ICANN website. And then we have deeper information about what I'm saying. We have a platform online, we call it I can learn. So this is what I want to share again. I want to invite us to the session we have on Thursday. We call that session the ICANN Day. So we'll talk a lot about what we are doing, also the technical role we are playing. We'll have a lot of presentation with colleagues from ICANN. But here we have many staff from ICANN. We have the Vice President for Global Stakeholder Engagement, Pierre Dandino, who is here. We have Bob O'Sheng, who is in charge of also the new generic top-level name program. Bob will talk more about that. We have Juno Carl, also who is from ICANN, and then we have Stacy. So we have ICANN staff here, so during the break we can discuss. So I want to stop there to save time. We have a session on Thursday. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Let me see if I can be as fast as Yaovi. I had slides as well. So let me introduce myself. My name is Michuki Mwangi. I'm a distinguished technologist for connectivity and insights at the Internet Society. And I'll briefly just introduce to you who is the Internet Society. The Internet Society was founded in 1992 by the co-founders or the founders of the Internet, Mr. Vint Cerf and Bob Kahn, and other pioneers that helped establish, or leading pioneers that helped establish the Internet. Together with the Internet Society Foundation, we provide technical and policy expertise, infrastructure, funding, and skills training to key components of an accessible, reliable, and safe Internet. So our work is global. We are really a global non-profit or a global charity, but we are community-driven, driven by community members. Earlier on, Brice mentioned that we have ISOC chapters. So we have Internet Society chapters around the world. We have 127 of them. We have over 170,000 members, organization members, individual members, 127 chapters, and over 80 organization members who form the Internet Society community. And it's through that community that really enables us to be a bottom-up driven organization where we are supporting all those components that I mentioned earlier. We also have staff around the world, and we also have a board of trustees as well that's also nominated and elected through our mechanisms that we have in place. And in addition to that, we have an internet ecosystem that works very closely behind us to support and complement the work that we do. So some of the things that I really wanted, the slides are up, thank you. All right, so I've mentioned about this Internet Society and the foundation. The foundation was set up in 2019, and it supports the work and complements the work that we do. It's a supporting organization of the Internet Society. And yes, our mission and vision, the vision is that the internet is for everyone. And this is sort of as far as I want to go today. So every 5 years we come together and define and try to reach out to our community and understand what are the priorities that we as an organization should be working on. So in 2025, or rather 2024 leading into 2025, our board went out to our community, reached out, and understood that there are two key areas that we need to focus on for the next 5 years. One of those areas was to address global inequality when it comes to internet access. And the second area that we needed to prioritize is enabling online trust and safety, so that people everywhere have a secure and safe experience when they go online. As a result of that, we developed these areas of work, which are basically our areas of growing impact. We are focusing on community-centered connectivity. This is to address the global connectivity gap, where we have 2.5 billion people that are unconnected. We have affordable and reliable access, where we're focusing on bringing affordable and resilient connectivity across the world. This is the work that we do in building internet exchange points and enabling environment and enabling policy and regulatory environment that enables the digital ecosystem to thrive. We have our online trust and safety work, which enables more people to have a better experience online, and an open and trustworthy internet that enables more policymakers, decision makers, to create an environment that's safe and secure for everyone who's coming on board. Our work on internet insights and innovation is around making sure that we are tracking the health and evolution of the internet so that we are providing people with data insights that enable them to make informed decisions about the continued growth and evolution of the internet. And finally, community mobilization is where we are mobilizing our community to be able to take action and support the work that we do at the local level. And finally, we have our transformations as an organization, some of the things that we want to do to be more effective and responsive to all the issues that we need to address. So with that, that's sort of our work that's laid out. We will have an ISOC day as Brice has mentioned, on Friday. We invite you to come and join so that you can learn more about what we're doing. We have a booth outside, which is in collaboration with the ISOC Kenya chapter. So you're invited to come to the booth to learn more about what the chapter is doing, but also what the Internet Society is doing. And finally, we also have, for our members who are registered, we have an ISOC at AIS, and we have a social event on Wednesday evening, so details of that will be shared. And I'm also joined here by some of our colleagues, so I'm not here alone. There's David Bekele, who is our regional vice president. There's Kevin Chege, who is leading our work on online trust and safety. I've seen a few other colleagues as well from the ISOC Foundation. So please look out for us if you have any questions during the breaks, and we'll be happy to give you more information. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the AIS.
Thank you, Michuki. So I would like to invite now the African Board of Directors for awards to the community. So can you please? Yeah. All the directors, please. Yes. So that the community will know. Yeah. So I'm going to give the floor to the directors, the chair, and after that, we are going to call the fellows, African fellows, for a picture with the directors. And after this picture, we are going to take another one for the community and the directors. So we are going to take 2 pictures. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Directors, please rise to your feet. Come and join me. They say all directors, so.
Just arrived.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Wale Adedokun. I will introduce the directors. I have Professor Aziz, Dr. Kalim, Mr. Ben Roberts, Mr. Laurel, Ms. Kaula, and Dr. Fiona Asonga. One of us just arrived this morning, Mr. Adewale Ajao, so I'm sure he's either still sleeping or he just came in this morning. So once again, good morning, and thank you everyone for coming. I understand it's the newcomer session. We are the Afrinic Board of Directors, and Afrinic is the organization that is responsible for internet resources in Africa and the Indian Ocean. Afrinic is also a member-based organization. It's community-driven, and most of the activities of Afrinic are decided by the Policy Development Working Group. So the management of the resources is actually decided during the PDP process. The PDP is going to happen on Wednesday in this room. So you are invited to be a member of, to participate in this policy development process. Let your voice be heard. Members decide what happens to the resources, and this is only done with policies. Now, those policies are put together, agreed on by members. So you are welcome to be part of this community and this policy development process. Thank you very much. The Afrinic AGMM also is going to happen on Thursday. For every resource member, please, it is our AGMM. You are invited to be part of it. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of AIS.
Thank you, Chair. You want to add something? It's okay. So, give me 1 minute, please. We are going, for the sake of time, we are going to take one picture only with the fellows. So please, Afrinic has a fellowship program, so we have been able to accommodate 5 of our community members to get them see how internet is being managed in Africa. So they will join the stage to take a souvenir picture with the directors. If Susan Elo, after we are going to take the group picture, if you want to. Okay, congratulations. Avi, we good? Wait, Avi wants to. Susan, come. Okay, all right. Thank you, the directors. Thank you, fellows. So over to you, Susan.
Why is nobody clapping? Okay, so the program is on time, and we move to the next part. So this next part, before we begin the AF study, let us take a moment to recognize the organizations that collectively make up the Africa Internet community. One of the greatest strengths of the African internet ecosystem is the collaboration. The internet does not grow through the efforts of one organization alone. It is built through partnerships among technical experts, network operators, policy makers, and all those researchers, and then you and me. At the center of the ecosystem is the African Network Information Center, Afrinic. This is the regional internet registry responsible for the distribution and management of the internet number resources across Africa and the Indian Ocean region. We are also joined by the African Network Operators Group, that is AFNOG, which has spent more than 2 decades building technical capacity and strengthening the skills of network engineers and the internet operators throughout Africa. Then we have the Africa Top-Level Domain Organization, that is the AFTLD, that supports the development and management of Africa's country top-level domains, helping to strengthen the continent's domain name industry. Then we have the Africa Internet Exchange System, AFIX, that promotes the establishment and growth of the internet exchange points, ensuring that Africa internet traffic can remain within Africa whenever possible. Then we have AFREN, that is the Forum for Research and Education Network in Africa, which supports collaboration among research and education networks, enabling innovation, knowledge sharing, academic advancement across the continent. Then we have the AFCHICS, and then we have the Africa SAT, that brings together cybersecurity and incident response communities to strengthen Africa's cyber resilience. Together with the global partners such as ISOC and ICANN, this organization form a vibrant community working to advance a secure, resilient, and inclusive internet in Africa. Now, the AFSTAR Day provides an opportunity to learn about their work, understand how these organizations complement each other, and discover how each one of these organizations contribute to the continued growth of Africa's digital future. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin AFSTAR Day at AIS 26. I would like to invite Mr. Lenaina and Professor Ni to come to the stage and take us through this. I remind you to clap.
Yeah, Susan, we didn't clap because you forgot to mention the African Secret Working Group as one of the active component of the AFSTAR. So good morning, everyone. And I hope you enjoy the new comment session. Let's start the AFSTAR Day. And we had a rich program for the day. Allow me to call the convener of AFSTAR, Professor Ni Queno, for his introduction remarks, and then we shall proceed. So, Prof.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction and the welcome. I'd like to welcome the AFSTAR leadership and the community to this event. The theme of this year's AIS imposes that we reflect on our successes, challenges, to understand how better to contribute to shaping Africa's internet future through collaboration, innovation, and resilience. We have proved that together, despite the challenges, we can be resilient and succeed. This year as well, the agenda for the AFSTAR Day is diverse, bringing together experts, policymakers, operators, and so forth, and interested parties to share and discuss hot issues which the AFSTAR community shall face and work through. We are pleased to have Tripti Sinha, a seasoned executive in internet technologies, technology governance, advocacy and policy, and software engineering. The president and CEO of Internet2, ICANN board chair, who will give an opening speech. AIS has good friends, and we are delighted to listen and learn from her unique perspective. We will have two interesting panels. A panel on data governance, which brings together World Data Organization, the UN Data Governance Working Group, and Internet History Initiative. The other panel on Net Mondial +10 and World Summit on Information Society +10 to discuss the outcomes of these two initiatives, global initiatives, and how it can affect our ecosystem, especially what might Africa do differently. We will host the official opening of AIS 2026, where technology leaders across the world will address our community. A session on Afrinic bylaws review will update the community on where the committee stands and allow community to engage. We will end the day by hearing an internet pioneer's view on how far Africa has come. I wish you fruitful community day at AIS 2026. May I ask the Secretariat to do the roll call? Roll call.
Thank you very much, Prof. So let's now do the roll call. From the AF Star leadership who are in the room and who will be speaking remotely. Let me start from AFNOG. Madam Nancy Doche, can you please move to the front seat? Afrinic? Okay, so Laurent going to represent Afrinic. AFCHICS? Dorcas? Okay, you can stay there or you can, you may like to stay close to Michuki, you know. AFTLD? Barak? Madam Ayatollah? Online? No. AFREN? Dr. Palanga, can you please step forward? Africa Set? Do we have Jean-Robert online or Marcus stepping in for Africa Set? Afri Registrar? Mohammed? No. AFPIF? We are supposed to have one of the AFPIF Board of Directors. Africa, do we have Lucky online? Who is really checking online? Cedric? Wayne? Cedric, who is checking participation from online? We would like to know if Lucky Masilela is online for Africa. Internet Society, I see Dr. Bekele. He was here, right? Okay, you come. And then Isaac, the Vice President, Pierre D'Angino. Pierre, please, can you move? Yes, I can. Okay, so I think we had, and I'm sure some of the other colleagues will join as we go. So then after the roll call, we shall now go for the keynote. Last year, as you may recall, the AF Star Public Forum opened with a keynote from Mrs. Lynn Saint-Amour, okay, previous president or former president and CEO of Internet Society, okay, who talked about robust internet ecosystem, local, regional, and global are indispensable. This year, as Prof said, we are very honored to welcome Tripti Shiksham, President of CEO of Internet2 and ICANN Board Chair, who will share her insight on how we can shape African internet future through collaborations, innovations, and resilience. So please listen carefully to Tripti. So can we have the video? Can we have the keynote videos, please? Or maybe when we are waiting for the keynote, can we have some jungle showing some of the things, because maybe while the technical people sort this out. Thank you.
I can't tell your skill is precious. You can't tell.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor to join you for the Africa Internet Summit. Thank you to Afrinic and AFNOG, our host TESPOC, and everyone who has worked to bring this community together. I would also like to recognize Dr. Nii Quaynor, whose leadership and commitment have helped shape the growth of the Internet in Africa and continue to inspire the community. That same spirit is reflected across the summit. I'd like to take a moment to recognize the many people and organizations represented at this summit: network operators, country code top-level domain managers, research and education networks, civil society organizations, governments, businesses, technical experts, academics, and many others whose daily work keeps the Internet functioning across this vast region. Before I begin my remarks, I would also like to remember and honor one of the true pioneers of the Internet, the late ICANN board member, Alan Barrett. Alan was instrumental in setting up the first Internet connection for South African universities. He is credited with creating the .ca.za zone, helped form Afrinic, and served as Afrinic's CEO from 2015 to 2019. His deep knowledge and commitment to the Internet community in Africa helped build the bedrock of Internet governance, and his tireless work ethic and technical brilliance leaves behind a monumental legacy, not only in Africa, but across the global Internet governance landscape. On behalf of the ICANN board, I extend our deepest sympathies to his family and to all present here today who had the honor of knowing Alan. Our board already feels his loss greatly, and I hope we continue to honor his steadfast commitment to our mission through our work. It is a privilege to speak to you today, to reflect on a defining question of our time. How do we shape Africa's Internet future in a way that is inclusive, transformative, and enduring? The answer lies not in a single solution, but in a powerful combination of forces that is the heart of this year's theme for the summit, shaping Africa's Internet future through collaboration, innovation, and resilience. These are not just abstract ideas. They are the practical pillars that will power Africa's digital transformation, ensuring that the continent does not simply participate in the global digital economy, but helps to shape and lead it. I will start by addressing collaboration, which is key for building together for scale and inclusion. Africa's Internet future cannot be built in isolation. The continent is diverse, with over 50 countries, hundreds of languages, and varying levels of infrastructure development. This diversity is a strength, but it also means that progress depends on cooperation across borders, sectors, and communities. Collaboration is essential because it allows governments, private sector actors, civil society, and international partners to align their efforts. No single entity has the resources or reach to build the digital infrastructure Africa needs on its own. When governments create enabling policies, service providers invest in connectivity, and local communities contribute contextual knowledge, then the result is far more impactful than any standalone effort. For example, regional initiatives to expand cross-border fiber networks demonstrate how collaboration can lower barriers and increase access. Similarly, public-private partnerships have already begun to connect rural and underserved communities, bringing millions online for the first time. Beyond infrastructure, collaboration fosters trust and shared responsibility. It ensures that digital transformation is not imposed from the top down, but shaped by the people it is meant to serve. In doing so, it promotes inclusivity, ensuring that women, youth, and marginalized groups are not left behind. Global organizations like ICANN play a vital role in advancing Africa's digital future by providing technical expertise, coordination, and resources. But lasting progress is not imported. It is built within the region. It depends on local leadership, regional priorities, and the knowledge of communities who understand their own environments and languages and opportunities. This principle is at the core of ICANN's Africa strategy, developed in partnership with the African Internet community and carried forward in the 2026-2030 regional strategy. It aligns regional priorities with ICANN's global responsibility to ensure the stability, security, and resilience of the Internet's domain name system and unique identifiers. The Coalition for Digital Africa brings this approach to life, uniting local, regional, and global partners to strengthen critical Internet infrastructure. The results are measurable. Engagement has reached stakeholders in over 40 countries, and DNS root server clusters in Nairobi and Cairo are improving performance and reliability. Today, approximately 80% of African root queries are resolved locally, reducing latency, lowering external dependency, and strengthening resilience. This is not just about outcomes, it is about approach. Solutions shaped by regional needs, guided by local expertise, and built for long-term sustainability. In short, collaboration is the foundation upon which Africa's digital future must be built. Without it, progress will be fragmented and uneven. With it, Africa can move forward with unity and purpose. I would like to now address innovation, which is key to unlocking Africa's unique potential. If collaboration lays the foundation, innovation is the engine that drives Africa's Internet future forward. Africa does not need to replicate models from other regions. Instead, it has the opportunity to develop solutions tailored to its unique challenges and opportunities. Innovation is important because it transforms constraints into catalysts for creativity. Limited infrastructure, for instance, has led to the rise of mobile-first solutions that have revolutionized access to financial services, healthcare, and education. Mobile money platforms are a prime example. Born out of necessity, they have become global benchmarks for financial inclusion. Africa's young and rapidly growing population is another powerful driver of innovation. With a median age under 20 in many countries, the continent is home to a generation that is digitally curious, entrepreneurial, and eager to solve problems. Supporting this generation through education, access to technology, and investment opportunities are critical. Innovation also requires ecosystems, spaces where ideas can grow into viable solutions. Tech hubs, startup incubators, and research institutions play a key role in nurturing talent and connecting innovators to funding and mentorship. Governments can support these ecosystems by reducing regulatory barriers and encouraging experimentation. Importantly, innovation must be inclusive and locally relevant. Solutions that work in urban centers may not translate directly to rural areas. By involving local communities in the design process, innovators can ensure that technologies are practical, affordable, and impactful. For ICANN, one of the clearest examples of local innovation shaping Africa's digital future is language. Africa's linguistic diversity should be reflected online, enabling people to access and use the internet in the languages that define their daily lives, cultures, and communities. This is where universal acceptance and internationalized domain names are critical. Universal acceptance ensures that all valid domain names and email addresses function across systems, while internationalized domain names allow them to appear in local scripts. Together, they make the internet more inclusive and accessible. While these standards exist, adoption remains uneven. ICANN, through the Coalition for Digital Africa, is working with partners to build awareness and technical capacity. In collaboration with the Association of African Universities, over 300 universities have been engaged, with fully UA-compliant institutions increasing from 44 to 105. Pilot programs in Tanzania, Uganda, and Senegal are further advancing this effort. This is not only technical work, but also human. When people cannot use their own languages online, participation is limited. A more inclusive internet enables greater creativity, identity, and opportunity. Supporting local participation in initiatives like the new GTLD program will further expand Africa's digital presence and strengthen its role in shaping the internet's future. Ultimately, innovation empowers Africa not just to participate in the global digital economy, but to shape it. It positions the continent as a creator of technology, not just a consumer. Now, coming to resilience for sustaining progress in a changing world. While collaboration and innovation drive progress, resilience ensures that progress is sustained. In a rapidly changing world, Africa's internet ecosystem must be able to withstand and adapt to challenges, whether they are economic shocks, climate impacts, cybersecurity threats, or political instability. Resilience is important because digital systems are now deeply embedded in every aspect of society. Disruptions to connectivity can affect education, healthcare, commerce, and governance. Building a resilient infrastructure, such as redundant networks and decentralized systems, helps ensure continuity even in times of crisis. Cybersecurity is another critical dimension of resilience. As more people and services come online, the risks of cyber attacks increase. Strengthening digital security frameworks, investing in local expertise, and promoting awareness amongst users are essential steps to protect both individuals and institutions. Resilience is more than a technical achievement. It is a shared responsibility. Strong networks, distributed infrastructure, and skilled operators are essential, and the progress is measurable. DNSSEC validation in Africa grew from 21% to 44% between 2020 and 2025, the largest regional increase globally during that period. 9 CCTLDs established DNSSEC chains of trust and over 60 network operators received direct technical support. These gains reflect sustained investment in the systems that make the internet reliable and secure. Yet, technical strength alone is not enough. The internet is built on a distributed model. No single institution operates it. No single actor can secure it. Its resilience depends equally on broad, informed, and sustained participation through the multi-stakeholder model. When technical experts, policymakers, civil society, businesses, and academics engage in the same conversations, the internet becomes stronger for everyone. Resilience also extends to policy and governance. Flexible and forward-looking regulations enable countries to adapt to emerging technologies and changing circumstances. Rather than rigid rules, adaptive frameworks allow for innovation while safeguarding public interests. Perhaps most importantly, resilience is about people. It is about equipping individuals with the skills to navigate a digital world, adapt to new technologies, and recover from setbacks. Digital literacy, continuous learning, and inclusive access are all key components of a resilient society. Africa has already demonstrated remarkable resilience in the face of adversity. By embedding this resilience into its digital strategies, the continent can ensure that progress is not only achieved but sustained for generations to come. Africa's national research and education networks, the NRENs, represent one of the most important and often overlooked pillars of the continent's digital future. They are not simply discounted internet providers for universities. The strongest NRENs have evolved into full-service research and education infrastructure providers, delivering national backbones, cybersecurity functions, cloud services, identity federation, research computing, and video collaboration. They are platforms for innovation, knowledge, and scientific collaboration. Across Africa, a new generation of NRENs is demonstrating what is possible. South Africa's SANREN and TENET operate a high-speed national research network serving universities, vocational colleges, and historically disadvantaged institutions. Kenya's KENET has connected more than 200 institutions, including primary and secondary schools, through a member-governed model with no annual government funding. That achievement is remarkable. Uganda's RENU has emerged as one of the most dynamic NRENs on the continent, connecting universities, research institutes, and schools while pioneering public-private partnerships that extend EduRoam Wi-Fi access beyond campuses into hostels, libraries, cafes, and public spaces across Greater Kampala. Morocco, Egypt, and Zambia operate established physical networks, while Tanzania, Rwanda, Malawi, Mozambique, Ethiopia, and Somalia are advancing through the Ubuntu Net Alliance at various stages of development. A positive and growing trend is that African NRENs are increasingly engaging with open science, research data platforms, digital identity systems, and cybersecurity best practices. They are supporting agriculture, climate science, and data-driven research, not just providing connectivity. The journey is not without its challenges, but they are challenges that Africa's NREN community is well positioned to overcome. Reducing wholesale capacity costs, strengthening national fiber ecosystems, clarifying policy frameworks, and building more resilient campus infrastructure are all within reach, and progress is already being made. Campus networks, often the starting point for deeper digital transformation, represent an enormous opportunity. Investments in structure, Wi-Fi, identity management, and skilled IT teams will unlock the full value of the high-speed connectivity that NRENs provide. Talent development, too, is a solvable challenge. By creating compelling career pathways, fostering professional communities, and building institutions where talented engineers want to stay and grow, NRENs can become destinations of choice, not stepping stones to the private sector. The central ambition for African NRENs, transitioning from project-funded networks to permanent national research infrastructure, is ambitious, but it is entirely achievable. R&E networks around the world have walked the same path, and Africa benefits from their experience. With growing government recognition, stronger regional coordination, and a vibrant community of practice already in place, African NRENs have every ingredient needed to make this transition. The momentum is real, the community is committed, and the vision is clear. What makes the African R&E ecosystem genuinely inspiring is its culture of mutual support. NRENs, regional networks, AFNOG, AFRINIC, campus engineers, librarians, open science advocates, and international partners reinforce one another through training, operator workshops, routing support, EduRoam deployment, and policy advocacy. AFNOG and the Africa Internet Summit have been foundational in building human capacity, technical knowledge, and a shared professional identity across the continent, creating a strong human network that is itself a durable asset for Africa's internet future. Africa now has a continental R&E backbone through Ubuntu Net Alliance, WACREN, and ASREN. The infrastructure exists, the community exists. The next phase must be about sustainability, impact, and relevance, not just more bandwidth. This means prioritizing trusted digital identity, open science, research visibility, shared services, and campus network investment. It means securing government recognition and long-term funding for NRENs as national knowledge infrastructure. It means creating talent retention strategies that keep the best and brightest engaged in the communities that train them. And it means positioning NRENs as platforms for innovation, responsive to Africa's distinct scientific needs and development priorities. The foundation has been built. The community is strong. Now is a time to ensure that Africa's research and education networks deliver not just connectivity, but a lasting infrastructure for knowledge, collaboration, and scientific leadership on the world stage. In conclusion, shaping Africa's internet future is not a distant aspiration. It is an urgent and ongoing endeavor. Collaboration brings us together, innovation propels us forward, and resilience ensures that we endure. These three pillars are interconnected. Collaboration enables innovation, innovation strengthens resilience, and resilience reinforces the value of collaboration. Together, they form a powerful framework for building a digital future that is inclusive, dynamic, and sustainable. The work you are doing today, building collaboration, sparking innovation, and strengthening resilience, is not just about the internet as it exists now. It prepares the continent to embrace the transformative technologies of tomorrow. Artificial intelligence and quantum technologies are not on the horizon. They are here. And Africa's ability to harness them will depend entirely on the foundations you are laying right now. Every connected campus, every trained engineer, every regional partnership, and every local solution brings the continent closer to a future where Africa is not just consuming these powerful technologies, but shaping them. The digital future belongs to those who build for it. The opportunity before Africa is immense. By embracing these principles, the continent can leapfrog traditional barriers, empower its people, and take its rightful place as a leader in the global digital age. I wish you a wonderful Africa Internet Summit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please, let's appreciate the good message again. It's almost as though the message was tailor-made for us. I don't know how she understood our context so well. I thought this was very thoughtful and a wonderful message, which has set the tone for the entire AIS summit. I thought the message was complete. And as I mentioned, we are very good friends, and this is an illustration. Naturally, we would like to thank Tripti for the insightful message, timely message, just perfect for our context. But we also like to express appreciation to Internet 2, where she's at, and also ICANN, for giving us such a good message. For me, the most important thing is we should locally develop our intentions and move forward together. So please, can we thank her again for such a good message? You know, sometimes it feels alone, but when you get a message like this, I think you feel invigorated. And I'd like us to take that message forward. So I really appreciate your support in that. I think we can now proceed with the updates. So please carry on. Alain is representing the Secretariat, so he will do the job for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I hope next year, like I said, last year we had the Lean Center Mom. This year we have Tripti. So next year we shall also bring very inspiring keynote. So now we will proceed with the update from the AF Stars institutions. And because we just hear from Tripti, I would like to call the lady first. Or I should call the AFRAN, because Tripti end up talking about the RAN community, but let's start with the lady first. AFNOG, Madam Nancy Doster for AFNOG update, but because of this, for the sake of time, if you could please, 3 to 5 minutes, that'd be okay. I heard that some of the members have some slides, so, but we really need to manage the time. So, Madam, please, and then AFCHIS will follow. Okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Stakeholders, partners, invited guests, colleagues, and members of the AFSTAR community. It's a pleasure to join you today to provide an update on the activities and progress of the Africa Network Operators Group, AFNOG. We are excited that AFRINIC is once again fully on board as a co-organizer of AIS on behalf of the AFSTAR community, and this strengthens our determination and resolve to continue serving the Africa Internet ecosystem. Given Africa's current constraints, bridging the digital divide becomes a priority. For those who may not be familiar with our work, AFNOG is a collaborative forum that brings together internet operators, network engineers, researchers, educators, policymakers, and ICT professionals to exchange knowledge and address the technical challenges associated with building, operating, and securing IP networks across Africa. Since its establishment in the year 2000, AFNOG has played an important role in strengthening Africa's technical internet community and strengthening collaboration across the continent. Over the years, its influence has contributed to the growth of several key regional institutions within the AFSTAR ecosystem, including AFRENIC, AFTLD, AFREN, AfricaSet, AFNOCHICS, AfriRegistrar, and others that continue to advance internet development in Africa. A core part of our mission remains the promotion and support of network operators groups, NOGs, across the continent. By strengthening national and regional NOGs, we are effectively taking capacity building closer to home, enabling local communities to share best practices, deliver training, and address country-specific challenges. Our engagement with country NOGs continue, including efforts to support and revitalize communities that has become less active in recent years. As part of this process, we are working closely with stakeholders to better understand some of the challenges facing some of these groups and identify opportunities for renewed engagement and growth. Over the last year, AFNOG has remained actively engaged across the broader internet ecosystem, i.e., we participated in the AFSTAR coordinating meetings, the AFSTAR Open Forum with discussions on AIS 2026, and the ICANN Coalition for Digital Africa Partners meetings, where we continue to advocate for technical capacity development and community collaboration, and we are following closely the projects in progress. We also received an invitation from the United Nations Digital Cooperation Initiative to contribute to the United Nations Digital Cooperation Portal. This opportunity was shared widely across the AFSTAR institutions and stakeholder community to encourage participation and showcase the Africa-led initiatives, research, policy efforts, digital tools, and capacity building programs. While our regional plan was to resume full-scale physical AFNOG workshops in 2026, based on the outcomes of the survey which determined the evolution of the AFNOG workshop tracks, the timing of AIS 2026 did not allow accomplishment of the reboot of the workshop. As a result, we were unable to launch the workshop application process within the required timelines. We therefore defer the return of our annual physical workshop program and look forward to resuming fully in 2027. Nonetheless, our commitment to skills development remains strong. In preparation for AIS 2026, AFNOG delivered online tutorials covering network monitoring and management, and also computer emergency response team operations and related topics. We also conducted an in-person set training program, providing valuable hands-on experience for participants. The tutorials and in-person trainings were run from 16th to 18th June 2026 in partnership with NSRC and AfricaSet. We initiated a project to revamp AFNOG website, AFNOG workshop website, and AFNOG mailing list, which process is still ongoing. We are extremely grateful to the volunteers who for decades hosted and maintained AFSTAR digital resources over the years. The late Alan Barrett was one of them, and we honor his memory. AFNOG further appointed representative to the ATU IPv6 project funded by ICANN. Tomorrow, 2023 June, is AFNOG Technical Day, where we have a packed program with interesting discussions from various aspects, and we invite you to participate with us. We are particularly encouraged by several achievements that reflect the growing maturity of the Africa technical community over 20 years and counting. Some of these are former AFNOG trainees continue to return as instructors, mentors, and community leaders, demonstrating the sustainability of our capacity building model. Over the years, AFNOG has trained thousands of engineers through this annual program, with specialized initiatives, including programs supporting women network engineers across Africa. Capacity building activities have reached participants in more than 30 African countries, contributing to the development of technical expertise across multiple regions. The growth of national and regional nodes continue to strengthen local internet communities with initiatives such as SAFNOG serving as a successful example of regional collaboration and knowledge sharing within the Southern Africa region. These achievements remind us that capacity building is not simply about training individuals. It is about developing a sustainable ecosystem of expertise, leadership, and collaboration that strengthens Africa's internet infrastructure for the generations to come. As we look ahead, the demand for skilled technical professionals, resilient infrastructure, cybersecurity expertise, and operational excellence continue to grow. While we are proud of what we have accomplished, we recognize that there is so much more to be done. The lessons learned over the past few years have reinforced the importance of adaptability, innovation, and community-driven development. They have also highlighted the value of in-person engagement, practical training, and peer-to-peer learning, which remain essential components of building technical capacity. As we continue this journey together, AFNOG remains committed to supporting the needs and aspirations of Africa's internet community through training, collaboration, mentorship, and technical leadership. We would like to thank our host, TESPOC, for welcoming us, our partners and our sponsors, including ICANN, the Internet Society, Liquid Intelligent Technologies, Africa Data Centers, Registry Africa, Team Simru, and Link. We also express our gratitude to our volunteer instructors and the entire AFSTAR community for their continued support and commitment to our shared vision. We look forward to working with all of you as we continue to strengthen Africa's internet ecosystem and to build a resilient, inclusive, and innovative digital future for our continent. At this stage, we call on all our partners to support the reboot of the AFNOG workshops, as the need for capacity building is still crucial and very essential. I wish you all a productive meeting and a successful Africa Internet Summit 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me check in a room. So who in this room has attended one AFNOG workshop before? Please raise like this, not like this, like this. Yes. Oh, okay. So thank you, AFNOG, for the update. We shall proceed with AFCHIS, but I see that the slide not yet ready. Can I call somebody else? Then I come to you. So let me call AFPIF. Mohammed? AFPIF? Are you surprised? Okay. You know, it's a different name. It's a C name. In a DNA, you make it a C name. Okay.
Thank you.
So you have slides?
Yes.
Can we have the slide for AFX? What is it called? How do you spell it?
AFIX, Africa Internet Exchange Points Association. So our elders in the room, Nikweno and my brother here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Delighted to be here today. I was asked to present a slide on behalf of the African IXP Association. I'm a board member representing Kyle Spencer here. How do I move it? Okay, so Africa IXP Association was, was founded in 2012, and it was supported highly by Internet Society. Michuki and the rest of the team pioneered the coming up of Africa IXP Association. The idea is to see how African IXPs will collaborate in terms of knowledge transfer, technical skills, and collaboration with government and regulators and other government agencies, to foster research as well. So that's the essence of the Africa IX Association, and also to deliver the Africa Internet Peering and Interconnection Forum, which has been led all these years by ISOC. So we have around 36 members from 36 different countries. Right now, there are 60 different internet exchange points in Africa from 42 cities that has a capacity of around 10 terabits per second, and that is based only on about 13 internet exchange points that are updating their data through the IXDB. And right now, there are over 2,000 connections in terms of peering in Africa. As an organization, as an association, is finally registered in Rwanda, and all documentation has been fulfilled in 2023. And there was a transition from ISOC to AFIX in terms of management of all work that has been done in the African ecosystem regarding African internet exchange points. And over the last 2 years, the AFIX has really done much. They also organized the African Peering and Interconnection Forum last year in Lagos that has a physical attendance of around 500 people, and 150 people attended online. Right now, the AFIX is also organizing the African Peering and Interconnection Forum in Rwanda, Kigali, in August 18th to 20th. So if you want to participate in that, please go ahead and register. This is the picture of the Africa IX Association AGM that took place in Rwanda in 2022. Okay, so these are some of the partners and sponsors of the events over the years. There are many of them from Africa and some in Europe and the rest of the world. They have been highly, highly supportive of the Africa IX Association. That's our website there. If you are an IXP in Africa and you are not a member, please reach out to Africa IX Association. If you are an African a country that do not have an internet exchange point and you want to have one in Africa, please reach out to us. If there is any support, we'll provide either financially, technically, to make it happen. We'll try our best to do that. For Africa Peering and Interconnection Forum, please register this year in August, as I mentioned earlier, 18th to 20th, if you have not registered to participate. And if you're an IXP in Africa, as I mentioned earlier, we have about 36. Only 13 are updating their records through the IXP DB. So please, if you are not doing that, do that. That is just it. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening to me. Thank you.
Yeah, no, but before you leave,
yes.
Before you leave, I think let's get the fact correct. You are a board member of AFIS, but you are also the CEO of, is it Nigeria or Lagos Internet Exchange?
No, Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria.
Of Nigeria, and then you cross 2 terabits or something?
Yes, we are at 2.5 terabits per second.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next, let's go for AFCHIS.
Good morning, everybody, and for those who are not from Nairobi, welcome very much to Nairobi. My name is Dorcas Modoni, and I'm very pleased to be here. Every time I come to the IAS event, I scan the heads and I see which ones are wrapped, which ones have braided hair, which ones have, and I try to see how many of us are here. Here on the podium, I see my old folks who have been with me for a long time. So I'm here to just talk about some work we've been doing for a very long time with the community, and that's to increase the number of technical women in the community, not just women with digital skills, technical women. We've done this, I see a lot of my trainers here. In the early days, we trained with a lot of people here, and we continue to do that, and in partnership with AFNOG. So I want to give you an update of what we've been doing as AFCHICS, and just to share with you why this community exists is to create a strong community of women. Most of us have a background in computing.
The remote, you can change the slide.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. So we have many technical women, and many of us were formed in the internet ecosystem. I personally was formed at Kenneth. That's how I joined the internet ecosystem. When we were building Kenneth for the first time, it was a highlight in the keynote address that we just got there. And our goal is to really create opportunities, mentor, and create capacity for technical women and inspire young generations in that space. So what we really are working on is really dealing with this leaky pipeline of women. We don't just get here and become less numbers because somebody isolated us. We just were never growing in numbers from the get-go. So our interventions run all the way from primary schools, where we mentor girls at that stage, then high schools, and then universities, and then early career, because women can do get into the technical areas, but sometimes they leave for various reasons. Ours is to encourage them to stay or to create an ecosystem that actually encourages that to happen. So our goal is to make sure that we don't have small drops at senior leadership. We can actually have that pipeline grow over time, because the world will never turn back. Let's look at it that way, in the sense that if we don't plug where the women fail to continue taking on these careers, then we really never have a 30% rule obeyed in this room, right? Okay, so we've been doing some work with the ecosystem for a while, and these are the countries we've touched. These are the numbers we have built over time. We've managed to impact at least 18,000 women in engineering, girls, and it's very always nice to meet somebody that I cannot recognize, and they say, I know you, and I know you because you are involved in this, and I came into a forum, and I learned this, and this is where I am these days. This is always fantastic. So we've built a community of mentors. We've built community networks with different women across the continent. We've learned that about what to do at local level and how to encourage activities there. But most importantly is that we continue also to work with students so that many of them can build their interest in this area. So I was in the event in Accra last year, and we spoke about the women leadership the AFCHICS Women Leadership Program that we are running. And up to now, we've trained up to 1,058 women. And our focus is always to make sure that we give them technical trainings and mentor them. And then we check whether they feel like they have increased their technical competence and they have their confidence growing, and they feel like they can actually, take on leadership. Out of that, then we create communities of chapters, special interest groups, and also continue to recruit mentors and run training and mentorship activities, and now also help people within institutions to actually have like clubs. We have a lot of universities interested in having clubs that help these women who are few to get together, but actually for them to get focused and connect with industry and learn. So this is what we've been doing, and we kind of invited a few people to be our partners. We are very lucky to have had a long-term relationship with the Internet Society, who we've been working with, and out of that community as well, I'm sure some people might be our trainers in the past or currently, and we continue to do that. So I'm here to also just talk about, sorry, I didn't move to that slide. But let me talk about our goals going forward up to 2029, and we want to invite partnership, whether you are running a technical organization, whether you want to mentor, whether you want to train. We have a big goal. We want to increase the number of 18,000 to at least 35,000 technical women who we have impacted in different ways. We want to increase our community of mentors. We do encourage both men and women as mentors because we learn together and knowledge is from each and everybody. We want to work with at least 25,000 students because this is the next generation of women engineers. And we want to empower the ones already in the workplace, up to 10,000 of them, to make sure that they, improve their competencies and also, stand up and take on roles where you are pointing. So ours is to actually try and reach out to the industry and find out what are the training needs, what are the things that you want these women to come ready with, so that when they come for interviews or take on applications, then they can be able to, show competence and actually succeed in their application processes. So we're going to work with schools from primary level, secondary to tertiary, to help them create small communities and to be able to allow us to have targeted interventions for different groups. We are encouraging a lot of chapters, people in different localities, whether you are in an organization, whether you have an interest in a specific area, whether it's cybersecurity, cloud computing, whatever it is, AI, blockchain, whatever it is, we want to encourage people to get together and just do things that are of interest to them. So we are working on those small communities so that our network is a network of networks. That's how we actually operate. And organizations, we've seen a lot of interest of people who want to run women in technology groups. We have mechanisms to actually, help them, formalize and get together and really create structures to do that. And at the end of the day, we actually want to cover the entire African continent with our partners. We also, partner with, like, for example, we have a partnership with Ubuntu Net Alliance to work on how to create capacity of technical women working within NRENs that are within the Ubuntu Alliance community. This is because everywhere we go, we always find less women, but our experience has been that with technical skills, with mentorship, with role modeling, they just grow. So our goal is to actually do that so that we can have more and more role models in the community. So we are encouraging continued partnership. If you've seen my email, please don't ignore it. So that we can do this together. Because in future, we really need to have the diversity in terms of the skills that we need to do what we need to do. And obviously, that's part of the women being involved. So thank you very much. That's the end of my presentation.
Yeah, but before you leave, before you leave, if you were to compare the women presence between this year and the Accra meeting, think it's improved or we have less participation?
It's definitely improved. It's a very good time because many years ago, I think it was 2009 when we were in Nairobi, and I found Nancy with 3 ladies. That was not nice. So now we are improving, but we are not there yet.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So one announcement from Susan.
Hello again. I would like to announce all the government people in the room that your session has begun. Kindly move to 3rd floor for your session. Thank you.
Yeah, but I thought me too. I'm one of the government people, no? I pay taxes and
your government.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So next, let's hear from AFTLD, Barak.
Thank you very much, Alain. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Bonjour à tous. Jambo mabibi na mabwana. I will try and be brief. My name is Barak Otieno. I'm representing the Africa Top Level Domains Organization, which is the regional association for country code top level domain registries in Africa. AFTLD was established in the year 2002 by, among others, Professor Nii Quaynor, who is seated here, Brian Longwe, and Jan Kwok. who was a pioneer of the Mauritius CCTLD. It was first registered in Mauritius on 19th December 2002, but later on in 2014, it was also registered in Nairobi, Kenya, for purposes of enabling it to operate in a better way. So as I have mentioned, it is the regional association for country code top-level domain managers in Africa. If you heard from the first presentation that was made by Yaovi in the morning, of course, we have the generic top-level domains, or the GTLDs, that are under the ambit of ICANN, and we have the country code we have the country code top-level domains organization that have been established as a result of the ISO 3166 standard. In terms of structure, AFTLD has a bottom-up participatory governance model. So the member organizations, or the members, the CCTLDs, basically those that have two-letter codes, normally elect an executive committee that then forms the board that drives the Africa top-level domain organization. The executive committee, which is led by Madam Eitayo, who sends her regards, representing the Nigeria Internet Registration Association, provides strategic leadership, while working groups, again, which are formed by the members and the secretariat, support the implementation and day-to-day coordination. So to date, the Africa top-level domain organization has 35 members out of about 55 CCTLDs in Africa. In terms of achievement, if I may mention a few, again, capacity building has been at its core. We have collaborated with the AFNOG, we've collaborated with Afrinic, and with the Internet Society and ICANN to train over 3,000 technicians or administrators that have been running our CCTLDs over the years. And Alaina Ina here has been one of the instructors among the many others. Again, AFTLD has provided a platform for country code top-level domain managers to share challenges and to share opportunities, and also to discuss common issues that face them, ranging from governance to marketing to technical issues. Last but not least, we have had, of course, the Africa Domain Name System Forum that we have been running together with ICANN, with the support of the Internet Society, and in partnership with the Africa Registrar Association, that has made efforts to grow the domain name ecosystem on the African continent. In terms of what AFTLD is working on at the moment, we've just had a new executive committee, or rather we had an election and there's an executive committee. It is led by NIRA, Madam Eitayo, deputized by Professor Idrissa Sa from NIC Senegal. We also have .ke, or Kenya, represented on the Treasury. We have Molupe from Lesotho. We have Rwanda, or RICTA, represented by Grace Ingabire on the board as well. We have Mozambique, represented by Antonio, and finally Tanzania, represented by Simon Balthazar. So that is the current executive committee that was elected in the recently concluded annual general meeting. The AFTLD Executive Committee is working on relaunching the training programs that AFTLD was doing prior to COVID. This include the initial registry operators course, which introduces people who are new to operating registries into registry management, the advanced registry operations course, and the secure registry operations course. Of course, together with partners, we are also keen to continue the Africa Domain Name System Forum, which should be going into its 12th year. Again, there is focus in implementing a number of memorandum of understanding, which we have signed with various partners. We have an MOU with AFRINIC, or the Africa Network Information Center, and that is why we are active participants in this session. We have an MOU with AFNIC, the French CCTLD, which supports a number of African CCTLDs through Collège International. We have an MOU that we want to bring to force with AFCHICS. Dorcas has just presented. We also have an MOU with Smart Africa that we are starting to activate this month, and of course with PCH. Last but not least, one of our focuses is also to encourage participation of African CCTLDs within the ICANN ecosystem, specifically in the country code name supporting organization. And we have the largest participation after Asia and Europe, having 40 CCTLDs from Africa as active members of the country code name supporting organization within ICANN. And with that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and I'm very impressed for our participations inside the CCNS. So thank you. So after we hear from AFTLDs, updating us on the CCTLDs, can we hear from .Africa? We have the CEO of .Africa Online, Lucky Maselela. Can we? Can we have Lucky? While we are waiting for Lucky to maybe be promoted as panelist. Okay, Lucky is already here. Hello, but Lucky, before you step in, I want to check something in the room. Who in this room has a .Africa name? Okay, so Lucky, you've seen where we stand, and please help us.
Thank you. My name is Lucky Maselela, as I've been introduced. I am charged with the task of leading the administrative functions of .Africa under the Registry .Africa entity. And we are excited that today we have been seeing organic growth of the .Africa domain names. We are currently sitting at around 58,000 registrations, which is for us a healthy organic growth and standing very strong against other GeoTLDs globally. And at the same time, as we are watching the new round of GTLD, we are equally excited with the fact that there's going to be more names in the ecosystem. However, at the same time, we were looking to be applying for variants of .Africa, which would have been in the Arabic and Amharic script to try and accommodate the rest of our citizens on the continent, particularly in North Africa and in East Africa. Unfortunately, in trying to apply for these variants, we were informed that these are not purely variants, but these are new applications, and we had to now apply afresh for such names. So we were not able to participate in this round of ensuring that the Amharic and the Arabic script is secured, but it is something that we are working to ensuring that we are going to be securing the Amharic and the Arabic script in the near future. We are also proud to announce that our Pioneer program is proceeding very well, and we have been growing with the participants. The Pioneer program is a program that we launched with .Africa to accommodate NGOs on the continent that need to be using .Africa domain name, and we provide the sponsorship of such names. So if you are seen or consider yourself as one of those NGOs or one of those philanthropists on the continent that needs to have the domain name. The requirement is that you need to be using it and create that visibility of .Africa, the domain name. Lastly, colleagues, we are excited that over the weekend on Saturday, we participated at the Universal Acceptance event, which took place at the University of Pretoria in South Africa, whereby we had students from the university who had a hackathon to try and create the awareness of the .Africa namespace, covering and ensuring that the names under the GTLD program, your .Africa, your .Cape Town, .Durban, .Joburg, and many other names across the GTLD space are acceptable and usable across the internet space. On that note, it is my sincere pleasure to have been able to be here, but the pleasure is limited that I'm there with you online. I would have preferred to have been there with you physically. Unfortunately, certain challenges made it impossible for me to be physically there, but into the future and all other AISs, I will be there physically. I thank you again, colleagues, and all the best.
Thank you very much, Lucky. Okay, so let's now hear from Africa Set, and then Afren will follow.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcus, and greetings from Africa Set to all of you. I'll give you a brief update from our last AIS meeting. From last AIS meeting, you have an established board pending a nomination from our community. And currently, the board is working on the governance structure of Africa Sets. We are developing courses for our community. The first one is SOC management for our members. The course is advanced, it will be on-site and online. We have courses developed fully ready to be deployed on AI for cybersecurity. Also, threat intelligence courses. Concerning membership, we have developed a platform for secure communications, which is very, very important. You know, when you are communicating within the CSET, confidential information are shared. So that has been the concern for our members. So we decided to develop a platform, and some of us are using it. We took part in several meetings. Well, I can't mention all of them. Several organizations have approached us concerning signing an MOU with us. We are still continuing the discussion and see how far we can work with them. We are currently preparing our next conference, and the planning committee is yet to publish the venue and the dates. And I can assure you that Africa Set is committed to ensure the protection of our cyberspace and make sure that we do all our transition safely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now almost at 11, so we will just ask for your indulgence so that we ask for maybe 15 minutes, because I know that some of you would like some Kenyan, good Kenyan tea or coffees. You will have it, so don't worry. So, Afren. And then after Afren, Afrenik, and I hope, James, you will be able to compress the presentation because you will have other opportunity. And then Internet Society and ICANN.
Merci Alain. Bonjour à tous. Je suis particulièrement heureux que ce soit Tipti qui ait donné la leçon inaugurale de cette session. Je suis Venant Palanga, le CEO de WACREN, représentant la communauté africaine des réseaux d'éducation et de recherche. Alors, AFREN est composé de 3 clusters. Vous avez le cluster qui s'occupe de l'Afrique du Sud et de l'Est, le Ubuntu-Net Alliance. Vous avez le cluster qui gère l'Afrique centrale et de l'Ouest, WACREN, et le cluster ASREN, qui s'occupe de l'Afrique du Nord et quelques pays du Moyen-Orient. Alors donc les réseaux d'éducation et de recherche au niveau africain sont structurés de façon hiérarchique. Donc vous avez AFREN, et sous AFREN vous avez les 3 clusters, et sous les 3 clusters qui sont les réseaux régionaux, vous avez les réseaux nationaux, et qui sont composés des institutions d'enseignement et de recherche, les universités et autres. Alors donc, l'objectif principal des réseaux d'éducation et de recherche, c'est de construire une infrastructure résiliente, solide, pour offrir des services à valeur ajoutée, des services dédiés donc, à la communauté universitaire. Okay. Et parmi ces services, vous avez par exemple EduRoam, qui est Internet itinérant, non commercial. Okay. Et vous avez aussi d'autres services comme la fédération d'identité, etc. Et il va de soi que sans connectivité, on ne peut pas offrir donc, ces services. Donc la connectivité joue un rôle important donc, dans l'écosystème. Alors, d'autres services comme e-learning aussi sont offerts. Et comme je l'ai dit, sans connectivité, on ne peut donc pas offrir ces services-là. Et les chercheurs aussi ont besoin de cette connectivité pour collaborer avec leurs...
It is also needed for collaboration with partners, Americans or European partners, concerning it is also needed for collaboration, climatic issues for diseases, Americans or European partners. Today we have a number of concerning it is also needed for collaboration with climatic issues and Americans or European partners. If we are not connected. So that is the reason why we understand that connectivity is very important. And we have also other projects which will start very soon with European funding, which will help to connect all African countries situated at the coast of Atlantic coast. Another thing, I think today we are facing a reality which is which must be underlined for those who are present in this conference. I'm actually talking to you directly. There is a kind of competition which is not a loyal one, and if that keep going on, we might end up not killing research progress. So we have also to contribute to economic development of our countries. So we should collaborate. We are partners. We are not people who are competing. We are not commercial. Our services are dedicated to communities, university communities. So this must be well understood so that we do not, people don't take us as competitors. And I want to make a kind of proposal so that the community, community can be at peace in this conference. It is the diplomatic statement. People you see here are members of the network, research network. Professor here has been technical director at sometimes. So I want to request you to clap for them because under their leadership, we have done a lot. So I thank you for that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Then I was happy. I enjoyed some French. You know, it was too much English, so I was very happy to enjoy some French. So maybe I should. Can we continue in French from now? Okay. So yes, but I noticed something that we don't have EduROM. So where are the TENET people? Kevin, you must know them, please. Can you help us? We need to have EduROM. Okay. So yes, thank you, our friend, for the update. So Afrinic. So you'll be speaking for the member service or for Afrinic?
Good morning, everyone. Can I have the slides for Afrinic updates? All right, thank you. I'll give you updates on Afrinic. And I think for most of you, you are here earlier on, so I'll skip the first two slides in the interest of time. I think this we already covered earlier on, so I think the board members are here. They were introduced, so I'll not go again and repeat. So we've had the board members for about 10 months now. Since they've been in place, and in the absence of a CEO, they've appointed a 3-man interim management committee. So these 3 guys are overseeing the operations in the meantime, each one overseeing a cluster of different sections of the company. So allow me to quickly move to the core services that Afrinic does. Management and delegation of IP number resources. So over this year, so far we've been able to enroll about 80 new members. These new members have brought the total number to about 2,570. And also, these new members, as well as the existing members, they've been able to access those number of resources from us. So we're still having a good uptake of IP number resources from the community. We've so far issued out over 100,000 IPv4 resources, and we've also issued out about 58 prefixes of IPv6. ASN, we've given out about 79 AS numbers. So we've still been able to provide service to the community in terms of IP number resource management and delegation. So our next item I'll talk about is on capacity building, where we've been able to also continue giving training and also helping with deployments of IPv6 and also other technologies like RPKI and Internet Routing Registry. So on our e-training platform, we've been able to have up to 4,900 learners, but also we've been able to have learners from across the world, not only in the region. So we've had up to 104 countries taking courses on our e-learning platform. And we do get a good NPS on that particular platform. Certification, as you may be aware or you may not be aware, please note that we do have IPv6 certifications that we do provide. We do offer on our e-learning. So if you are not aware, please, I'm sure now you are aware and you can make all the necessary arrangement to be part of the certified IPv6 engineers in the region. So I also talked about deployment support. So we do have a team of engineers that help with deployment of IPv6, but as well as adoption of RPKI and Internet Routing Registry. So if you want to deploy IPv6, but you're feeling like you are stuck, don't hesitate to reach out to us. Well, during this session, we have the services booth outside. Just if you walk out of that door, it will be right in front of you. So you can always get to us and we'll be able to guide you in whatever you may be interested in with respect to the services. So in that deployment sessions, we've been able to at least achieve over 570 deployment milestones, and also working with over 90 operators from 50 countries. All right, so one element that I also like to talk about is the policy development process. So on the resource policy development side, we do have some policies that have just been ratified, and we are currently undertaking the necessary steps for implementation. So there's the number resource policy, the number resource transfer policy, which has been ratified by the board. Work is in progress, and we'll be communicating soon on the timeline on when we expect to have it implemented. The other policy is on abuse contact, also similar. We're working on the implementation mechanisms, and we'll be communicating soon. Apart from that, we do have the policies now that are under discussion. The public policy meeting will be taking place on Wednesday, and I'm encouraging you all to be part of it, because it is quite important that you are part of the defining and developing of these policies. Eventually, they all impact how we manage number resources. So it is important that members of our community are very present and participate in developing and shaping better policies. So I will expect to see most of you on Wednesday during this session. You can see the number, we do have different policies in place. I will not go through all of them, but you can see them on the slides there. So lastly, just an update on the governance side. Yeah. On the governance side, yes. So on the governance side, we do have elections that will be taking place this week. So we do have different elections. These are being coordinated by the nominations committee, which was appointed by the board. So we do have the governance committee election that is taking place. We also have the NRO-NC/ASOSC elections that are happening. And the last one is the PDP co-chairs. So I spoke about the PPM. This PPM, the public policy meeting, is coordinated by the co-chairs. So the current co-chairs may be exiting, but there will be elections for new. So the elections are also taking place on Wednesday. So on the other side, the directors have also constituted the company's bylaw review, which is ongoing. So there's a session, I think, later today, and you are all encouraged to be part of it, because this is the most important document for the company as it defines how the company's future is shaped. So we encourage you to be part of that conversation. So last, I'll talk about other initiatives that we do through the stakeholder engagement. So stakeholder and community engagement, we've had a number this year so far, 9 engagements in 9 countries, with over 45 organizations that we have engaged with. So that brings me to the end of my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much, and sorry for rushing or making you to rush, but you have other opportunity to give the numbers. But you can see from what James presented that in terms of number of resources, Africa, we are still managing. We still have V-Force, and we are also deploying IPv6. So now we have two presenters left, but given in Africa we follow hierarchy. No, I want to call the senior vice president before I call you, okay? Vice President, Internet Global, ICANN Global Stakeholder Engagement, Pierre Dangino, and then Kevin, you will follow. Okay. So a round of applause for the Vice President. They call me Alain Ayana. I've been waiting for Pierre to step down, then I become Vice President, so you will see.
Did you say Senior Vice President? Because we are still looking for more. Thank you very much, Alain, and very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure, of course, to be at this IIS meeting. As ICANN, we've been supporting it from the beginning, and we are so happy to contribute. My name is Pierre Dangino, of course, Vice President, of course, of Stakeholder Engagement, Africa, but of course, also member of this vibrant community, internet community. We've been here for, so many years now. We should be leaving you guys, and sorry for that. I'm not going to take more time because we do have a few opportunities that are coming to talk about, ICANN, what ICANN does in Africa. You heard a bit from Yaovi this morning. We're also having an ICANN Day coming on the 25th, so you have more sort of details on what we're doing. I would just like to highlight two approaches that we do have when it comes to Africa. The first one is about capacity development. And that itself also was not something that came as a surprise, because back there, one of the ICANN meetings in Africa, a minister, when they happen to understand what ICANN means, what it does, they say the priority for Africa should be capacity development. Second aspect of it also was about participation. Make sure that Africans participate and contribute to ICANN, because ICANN is about technology, but it's also about policy. And quite important aspect that Africa should make sure to be at least present. So our mandate then for Africa was to make sure that we do have all of these sort of two sequences in place. Participation-wise, we will say today that it has increased. Since those days where we do have what we call the AFRALO, this is at-large group, we have Dr. Nikweno sitting on all of these things, and we were having something like maybe 20 Africans participating to those meetings, because ICANN has 3 global meetings. As of today, we are counting, Africans by hundreds, so many more are coming, not just coming upon the fellowship that they are receiving, but also many are being sent, by the companies, by the countries. As soon as they understand what is in it for them, I think they are really sending over, more and more people. So participation is increasing. We need to have more Africans contributing to the working groups, because coming to ICANN is also about contributing heavily to some of the subjects that we are discussing. So there are plenty of them. We just launched this new GTLD program, for instance. We will be expecting, Africa to be also coming forward with new sort of strings, new names that you can request. Last time we did have this .Africa, it was not quite simple, it was quite easy. Last time we did have something like 1,900, sort of requests for new names. And unfortunately, only 16 came from Africa. And of the 16 now, we do have .Africa and 3 or 4 others. This time, of course, we will be expecting more and more. If you do want to come, It's about branding. It's about so many opportunities vis-a-vis the new domain names. Now, for capacity development, I would say that's where we also made a few important steps. The first thing we did was to have the Africans themselves tell us exactly how we could contribute as ICANN to them, and when we are talking about capacity development. And it was quite simple. You need to build capacity in different aspects of the whole thing. It's about working with the CCTLDs. We do have the what we call the Africa DNS Forum. We are working with the Africa registrars. Today, Africa accounts for 11 registrars, which are accredited by ICANN. We'd like to be having more because globally today you do have something over 300 of them. So one would like to have more of them. Now, if I'll briefly kind of provide a few details, but my slide deck is available for you to have more and more information on that. So for the last 2 years, we've been doing a few things, specifically around capacity development, and that are focusing on our core mission. ICANN core mission is quite simple. It's about the DNS. And DNS, most of the time, is not understood as yet another sort of infrastructure. Because we are all used to the pipes, we are all used to whatever, networking, sort of thing, infrastructure. But the DNS itself is also an infrastructure. So we need to do a few things. Managing your DNS properly, making sure that security-wise you are on top of it. That's why we do have a program called DNSSEC. So DNSSEC Roadshow, we go to countries, we do some sort of awareness, but most importantly, we do have, how should I call, technical, hands-on practices so that people could really understand, at the same time be able to kind of do the validation, because it's important that your destination is quite safe. DNSSEC is one of those that can secure those destinations. You heard about Tripti. Tripti is our the chair of the board, of African ICANN board. She cited a few sort of examples of what we've been doing. I'm not going to go back on all of those things, but like I say, on the 25th, you are going to have the ICANN Day, and more details will be available. A few things that we did that we would like to cite is, for instance, those LRoot server that ICANN actually, I won't say control, but that's the instances of the copies, we are able to provide them to you. There are more and more, requests from Africa, but the good thing is that we are seeing the way traffic, behave when you do have those layers, those servers. So this is something that we would like countries to be having more and more copies of this, because what it makes is that, you are keeping, the traffic is now being kind of, not just outside and back to Africa, but it's treated within Africa, which is quite important. We have figures, when we have this, cluster here in Nairobi, and also in Egypt, we could see how the traffic was moving. So we want to be able to do more and more on that. There is also one thing, and I'll be stopping with that one, which is the inclusion. And talking about inclusion, you'll be hearing about universal acceptance, for instance. How do you develop those scripts so that your languages are able to be on the internet? This is something quite important. And let me just cite what we started with Ghana, with the Association of African Universities, which is a great thing because now we are in touch with more than 300 universities and research centers, and that are trying to have the system apart with this universal acceptance. But mostly on the academia, we are working, we have developed this curricula, and now more and more African, universities and research centers will be also quite conversant, with the UA, and that's quite a good sort of thing. Tripti cited a few universities we are working with. So there are so many other things, but like I said, please come to our ICANN Day. There is more on this, so with that, I would like to stop here. Alain is somewhere behind me, I know, and I told him I'm not going to project my my slide deck because it will take some time, but yet he's chasing me. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Vice President. So, Internet Society, Kevin, and then we shall break, and then we'll come back for more. So,
good morning, everyone. I have one slide. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kevin Chege. I am Senior Director, Internet Development and Security at ISOC. My colleague Michuki was here earlier and gave information about Internet Society, so I will jump quickly to the resources available to the African Internet community. So I just have one slide, so you can take a photo of that, and then I will explain how you can come and engage with us later this week to find out more information. I'll start at the very top. We have a platform that we call ISOC Pulse. And it is a platform that aggregates information about various internet measurements. We track internet resilience, we track internet shutdowns. You can go to pulse.internetsociety.org and you can find out more information about the internet experience in your country and what could be improved. Next to it, there you'll see on the second slide there is, or the second image there is sustainable peering. This is a project that we do in Africa and globally to strengthen the peering community in Africa and also globally. So we work with the communities around internet exchange points and work with them to strengthen existing exchange points or create exchange points where none exist. And this will help improve the internet speeds and also lower the cost of internet connectivity. We have another project which we call Open Fiber Data Standard. This is a project to come up with a standard for documenting terrestrial fiber. So we're all familiar with, I'm sure you've all seen images of how much fiber there is laid submarine cables across the globe. We'd like to see some similar information about how much fiber is terrestrially, how much fiber is available terrestrially, so that we can know how much fiber is in a country. There's a standard there. There's a project we're working on called Open Fiber Data Standard. You can go to ofds.info and find out more information about that project. Third, we have a project that we call the Online Trust and Safety project. This is a project to develop learning materials on online trust and safety. So as we know, we are always connecting new internet users. So how can we give them a safer internet experience on the internet? So we have a project there we call Online Trust and Safety. We have a number of activities there. We are building learning materials on online trust and safety. And we will be launching what we are calling a Common Good Cyber Fund. This will be a fund available to nonprofits globally. So if you're a nonprofit and interested in improving online trust and safety, there'll be an opportunity for you to apply and get some support from Internet Society. We're also going to launch later this year what we're calling the Online Trust and Safety Hub, or OTS Hub. This will be a central platform where you can find information about online trust and safety. So if you're a new internet user or an internet or experienced internet user and you'd like to find out more about how to stay safe online, there'll be an Online Trust and Safety Hub that will be available from around September, which will be a central platform for online trust and safety information. I'll move on to training. We do have a number of trainings. We have 19 trainings available for free from our e-learning platform. These are available in 3 languages, some even 4 languages. So we have topics ranging from designing and deploying computer networks. We have courses on encryption. We have courses on network operations, all available in 3 or 4 languages. And these are, you get a certificate when you complete the courses. So I encourage you to go to internetsociety.org and you can find a course there that may be of interest to you. Then I'll mention our fellowships and alumni initiative. So if you're just new to the internet ecosystem and you'd like to find out more about how can you strengthen the internet in your local area. There's a fellowship program that fits right well view. We have a fellowship that starts from early careers all the way to someone more experienced. And after you finish your fellowship program, you can then go on and become an alumni. And there you'll get a lot of information, a lot of resources, a lot of support on how you can improve the internet in your local area. Finally, I'll mention our project called CCC, or Community-Centered Connectivity. This is a project that aims to take the internet where the internet is not available at the moment. So we are connecting the unconnected. We've had several projects, especially in Uganda, to connect refugee centers and so on. And there are several grant opportunities available. So if you're interested in working on a project to connect internet where there is none, perhaps there's no connectivity from the traditional ISPs, please go to the internetsociety.org. There are grant opportunities available. So far, we've seen almost 300 grant opportunities, grant applications from Africa, and more are available. So please go to the Internet Society website. The link is at the top there, internetsociety.org, for more information on this. Finally, I'll also say that we have a booth that will be run by our local ISOC Kenya chapter. Please go there. I know I've shared a lot of information. If you need more information, just go to the booth. And then on Friday, we'll have our ISOC Day, which is an open day where you can find out more information about each of those projects and resources I've mentioned. So I'll stop there. I know between you and T and say thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Then this brings us to the end of the sessions, I think, but I'm gonna call Prof to close the sections. But I hope this gives you an idea of what we call the AF Star ecosystem, and that's why collaboration is key. So Prof, closing remarks.
Okay, and you know I'm going to overrule all this, don't worry. There is one member who is online. If you can connect him, I'd like him to at least say hello to us. He's a very well-known personality, Alhaji Mohammed Diop. So if he's online, please connect him. I cannot leave here without hearing his voice. But while we are looking for him, let me make a few comments. This is a good snapshot of the African technical community, our institutions, and you can see how we coordinate our initiatives. We support each other, we back each other up. When somebody tries to beat one of us, we all join. Yes, Alhaji, let's hear your voice for at least a minute or two. AF Registrar.
Yes, IF Registrar, and did you hear me well? So I just want to say that we are one of the IF Star organization. We have formally set up in 2013 with NI and Burundi and Morocco, all these. So we only have 13 members, as Pierre has said. Some of them are active, very active, and there is no business in the African continent without registrars. So we just want to tell you that we have been very active in co-organizing the African DNS Forum. We are part of the AIS. We also have been part of the Universal Acceptance with Nigeria and Senegal. So we really need to have two things: businesses and capacity building. These are the two key things that we really have to keep in mind. And IF Registrar is the interface to the African community when it comes to registered domain name, to push for DNS capability, to push for universal acceptance. So we just want to tell you that we are very happy to be online and participating in that event. Maybe we're going to discuss more further about the different topics we want to highlight. Thank you, Alhaji, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Very much. At least now you've seen the full diversity. The only group that is missing is African Union Commission. The next time we're around, we'll make sure we give them a chance to also say a few words. I have no closing. The only thing is to remind you that the next session is going to be a very interesting one, and it's on data. Thank you very much for your support and your contributions.
We hand over to
Session, no? So I won't stand between you and coffee break. We have overrun time. I initially started by saying we were on time, but now we are not on time. So I will request if we can have just 5 minutes. Pick your coffee, then come back so that we can move to the next session. Kindly leave the interpretation materials on your seat, and take care of your belongings as you go to have your tea, and then we come back. I can only give you 5 minutes because we have overrun the time. Is that okay? Are you promising to keep time? Thank you. See you shortly.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
What I did is, many will consider that now what you can do. So basically, when you have an account, you can switch to a user. So you don't need to log in at first. You log in for Like you can't log in with something else. What do you have to go? Where do you go? Yeah, I want to be there. You have to. What is your I'm being tempted to read to take some tea. Do you have some? Yaani unatoa unarudisha na unarudi hapo. Kama hizo ndio kwa mfano. Hata ina login bila kuguza ya pasi kwa derenge.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub, that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down in the room. Those who are outside, kindly come in the room. Thank you. I kindly requested for 5 minutes. You guys took 10. We will go on. Alain, take it away.
Thank you. So, but if you can still help bring the people back, and that would be great. So, welcome back again. The next section is going to be very interesting. We have a panel on data development and governance. And for these sections, we had very high-level attendance, high-level panelists. We will have His Excellency's Ambassador, Professor Muhammadu Ka, Vice Chair of the UN Data Governance Working Group. We will also have Professor Lee Xiandong from World Data Organizations, who will be joining us via video. So Ambassador will be online. So do we have Ambassador Professor Muhammadu Ka online? Prof, can you hear us? And we will also have James Cohen from the Internet History Initiative, and I have the honor and the privilege to moderate this panel. James Cohen must also be online. So before we start, do we have James and Ambassador Muhammadu Ka online? Hello, James, can you hear me? Prof, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Sounds good.
Okay, thank you, James. Excellency, His Excellency is Professor Muhammadu Khan, can you hear me? His Excellency is online. Can you promote him as a speaker? I don't see His Excellency's online. Susan? Susan is not in the room. So I need to maybe talk to His Excellencies and help him come online, then we can proceed. So James, give us a few minutes. So I'm gonna trying to assist His Excellencies to join, so then we can start. Sorry for, but I think it's called resilience. So it's part of it. So and then we shall have His Excellency's Ambassador Mohamedou Ka online soon. So let me introduce the panel. The objective of this panel, and as we all know, the objective is to examine the global landscape of data governance, to understand how the different regions and institutions are addressing emerging concerns, and explore how the global South, particularly Africa, can shape, influence, and contribute to evolving global data models. As we all know, data has become a fundamental asset for the digital life. And data sovereignty is one of the most contested issues in the global digital governance. Multiple governance models have been proposed, some led by major industry actors and others led by state actors' initiative. Navigating through these competing approaches require dialogue, understanding, and compromise. So this panel brings together three complementary perspectives. First, from the UN, United Nations Data Governance Working Group, which is shaping global norms within the official statistics system. Next, perspective from the new established WDO, World Data Organization, which aim to influence global trade, global digital trade, and the data economy. And then we will hear about I won't say new initiative, but data-related initiative, which we call the Internet History Initiative, which focus on preserving our collective internet legacy for future generations. So together, we will explore how the global framework are evolving and how Africa can position itself as a contributor, not just as a consumer, into this emerging data governance order. So, because we are running out of time, and because His Excellency's Ambassador said he has some other commitment, I will start with him. So do we now have Excellencies online? Prof, can you hear me now? Prof, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. A very good morning. Can you hear me?
We can, loud and clear. Thank you, Prof. So I was saying I will start with you. So to make it short, I will allow Prof to introduce yourself a little bit, because I think it may be better we hear from you, because you wear so many hats, and then share your perspective relating to the data governance, and also address some of the questions of interest for this community, which I will raise a few of them. Why is a UN working group on data governance? And what is your relationship? Which is your relationship with the other UN working group on data governance in general? I think it's from the Science for Development Data Working Group. And how is your working group addressing the issue of data governance inside the statistical system? And then how can we, as Africa ecosystem, participate in the working group? So, Prof, you have the floor.
Thank you, Alan. A very, very good morning. I wish to take the opportunity to thank you, Professor Nikweno, the organizers of the African Internet Summit, for this opportunity. It is indeed a privilege for me to address this room, and to do so just 3 days after our very own working group concluded a milestone 2-day sessions hosted at the International Telecommunication Union here in Geneva on 18th to 19th June. I wish I was with all of you in the room, but due to unavoidable schedules here in Geneva, I am unable to do so, but I am with you in spirit. My name is Ambassador Professor Mohamedou Ka. I am from the Gambia, and I'm the Gambian ambassador to Switzerland, as well as the permanent representative of the Gambia to the United Nations organizations here in Geneva, ITU, WTO, WIPO, WMO, WHO. I cover a whole lot of organizations and international organizations here as a multilateral diplomat as well. I also chair the outgoing chair of the UN Commission for Science, Technology, and Development, and currently serving as its vice chair. In addition, I also serve as the vice chair of the UN Working Group on Data Governance tasked to the CSTD. Among other roles, I'm also the coordinator for the WTO, the World Trade Organization's least developing countries here in Geneva. And in WIPO, I chair the high-level conversations on artificial intelligence and frontier technologies here in Geneva. So I speak today as a vice chair of the UN Commission for Science, Technology, Development Working Group on Data Governance, representing state members alongside our chairman here, Ambassador Guilherme de Aguirre Patriota of Brazil, and my fellow vice chair who comes from the non-state actors, Claire Melamed, representing the non-state members. Excellencies and delegates, I want to open with a simple proposition. For Africa, data governance is not an abstract policy exercise. It is the difference between shaping the rules of the data economy or simply living by rules written elsewhere. For everything I share today is in service of one goal: helping the engagements in the room to decide deliberately which side of that line we want to be on. Mr. Moderator, you asked a question: why did the UN task the Commission of Science, Technology and Development with the working group, and what is our mandate? Delegates in the room, in 2024, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution A/Res/79/1, which most of you know as the Global Digital Compact. Within the Digital Compact and in this resolution, the General Assembly recognized something many of us in this room already knew from your diverse experiences: that data is now central to sustainable development, to economic transformation, to scientific progress, and the functioning of digital societies. But I submit to you, delegates, the resolution also named the risk plainly. Without equitable, interoperable, and trusted data governance, we deepen global inequalities, fragment digital ecosystems, and limit the ability of African countries and, by extension, developing countries to participate meaningfully in the data economy. So to respond, the General Assembly requested that the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, which is referred to as the CSTD, to establish a multi-stakeholder working group on data governance at all levels as relevant for development. Our task as the Commission is a comprehensive, inclusive dialogue on how data should be governed to advance the Sustainable Development Goals. And our expected deliverables is recommendations for consideration by the 84th session of the UN General Assembly coming up. And the General Assembly's expectation, I submit, is not abstract principle setting. It is a mandate to produce something usable, which is recommendations that African countries, developing countries, the global south can actually act on. Now, the second question, Mr. Moderator, is how does this working group relate to the CSTD, other commissions, particularly the official statistics and the Global Digital Compact I mentioned, and of course, the emerging conversation on AI governance? Delegates, the Commission for Science, Technology for Development, as I mentioned, is the United Nations principal intergovernmental body on science, technology, and innovation policy for development. So situating this working group there is deliberate. It means our recommendations are anchored in development outcomes and not just technical or commercial interests. Very important point. Our work also speaks to the official statistics community. Principles we have identified, such as data quality, transparency, and accountability. echo long-standing statistical principles, and we have been careful to complement that system and not to duplicate it. On the Global Digital Compact I mentioned earlier, this working group is one of the Global Digital Compact's concrete delivery mechanisms. We are not a freestanding initiative. We are how the Compact's data governance commitment gets implemented. And while I am at it and on artificial intelligence, this is, I think, and I submit to you, the single most important insight to emerge from our deliberations so far. Data governance is the foundation of artificial intelligence governance. We mostly talk about AI governance, forgetting this fundamental importance. Data governance is the foundation of AI governance. AI systems, as I'm sure you will all appreciate, depend entirely on how data is collected, accessed, shared, used, and safeguarded across its life cycle. We all know the model reliability, these LLMs, their explainability, their fairness, and their accountability. Every one of these AI governance concerns traces back to a data governance choice made upstream. For our continent, Africa, this means a national artificial intelligence strategy that is not built on a solid data governance foundation, is building on sandy beaches or sand. On the other question I hear the moderator is, what is our working group structure? What is our working methods? And what is our broader impact? This might be in the minds of some of you as well. We just completed a zero draft, and our zero draft is organized into 5 chapters. Chapter 1 sets out the mandate and context. Chapter 2 establishes fundamental principles, which is anchored in human rights. And Chapter 3 addresses how the benefits of data should be shared equitably. And Chapter 4 covers interoperability between national, regional, and international systems. And Chapter 5 addresses safe, secure, and trusted data flows, including across borders. Our method is genuinely multi-stakeholder. Written submissions from the member states and observers, verbal deliberations in our plenaries, zero draft chapters produced by volunteer drafters and reviewers, and an iterative refinement. And most recently, as I mentioned in my opening, at the International Telecommunication Union, we held our session, our 2-day session, to deliberate on the zero draft that was produced along these 5 chapters. Why does this matter beyond our own process? Delegates, because these recommendations go to the 84th UN General Assembly. This is very important globally. They have real potential to become a reference architecture, the way the Global Digital Compact itself has become a touchstone. I submit to all of you that if our continent, Africa, is well represented in shaping this text, I submit it shapes the rules. If not, again, if not, our continent, Africa, risks becoming what our own Chapter 4 warns against, which is a rule taker rather than a rule shaper. Now, I also wanted to share with you on how can stakeholders such as yourselves get involved, and how is the African Internet Summit's leadership and membership can participate, and also how our group's leadership and membership is structured at the Working Group on Data Governance. Our leadership of the Working Group on Data Governance reflects the multi-stakeholder design at its core. Ambassador Patriota of Brazil, who is the permanent representative of Brazil here in Geneva, chairs the group today. I serve as vice chair representing member states, and Ms. Claire Melamed serves as the vice chair representing non-state members, including civil society. This working group of data governance was established during my own tenure as the chairman of the Commission for Science, Technology and Development. Upon receiving the General Assembly's request to establish it, during my tenure, I nominated the late Peter Major, may his soul rest in peace, who was appointed as the founding chairman of the Working Group on Data Governance. He then in turn nominated Claire and my humble self for our CSTD Bureau's approval, and we were all appointed to serve as vice chairs representing state members and non-state members respectively. Following Peter's passing as our founding chair, I stepped in as interim chair before subsequently handing over the chairmanship to Ambassador Patriota of Brazil, who is our current chair, and then I returned to my role as the vice chair of the Working Group on Data Governance representing member states. That continuity matters. It reflects a group committed to its mandate beyond any one individual. The structure itself, I submit to you delegates in the room, is very unusual for United Nations processes. Member states and non-state actors, private sector, civil society, the technical community, academia, are not consulted from the sidelines. What is unique is they are co-drafters. Submissions from observers carry real weight in our zero draft chapters and not a footnote or a periphery. So, how does this room of very diverse, thoughtful leaders get involved? The way you get involved, which I will encourage and challenge each one of you, is to submit written contributions to any chapter. Volunteer as a drafter or reviewer. Attend sessions in person or online. You can go to the website of the UN Commission of Science and Technology on the section of the Working Group on Data Governance. You will find in the archives our reports as well as more detailed information. You can also reach out to, if you can take a moment to write the email address, which I will share with Prof. Nikeno to share with all of you. The email address is cstd-datagov@un.org. Again, cstd-datagov@un.org. Or you can cite my name on LinkedIn and drop me a message. I will be happy to connect. and a specific word to Africa. You are already in this text, the African Union's data policy framework and its compact data categorization and sharing frameworks are cited directly in our drafts. But I submit to you that citation is not the same as authorship. We need more African submissions, not only from the states, but from civil society and our diverse technical community in this room. So what is our progress to date? All 5 chapters now exist in zero draft form with genuine areas of convergence. We agree that human rights form the foundation. We also agree that governance needs both universal principles and sector-specific adaptation. We continue to advance the importance of convergence on a stewardship model of sovereignty. Very difficult conversations, I must say, because there is a different perspective of view of data sovereignty. And most African, I would say all African member states and the Global South by extension advocates and insist on the stewardship model of sovereignty. Rather than treating data as something simply owned, we are exploring frameworks where states, communities, and individuals act as stewards, which helps reconcile national authority with indigenous data rights and individual control. We also agree interoperability is a necessary but not sufficient enabling conditions. Federated, decentralized architectures offer a path to reconcile interoperability with sovereignty, rather than trading one for the other. Delegates, we have also deliberately kept some questions open rather than paper over disagreements. How far legal harmonization should go, what role the private sector should play in critical digital infrastructure, and how our frameworks should evolve to address agentic artificial intelligence systems that don't fit our existing models of attributable discrete data records. So our sessions in Geneva this past week refined every chapter and captured further constructive input from member states and observers alike. I want to acknowledge our volunteer drafters and reviewers and the International Telecommunications Union's continued partnership in hosting and supporting this work. And I also request that all of you in the room join this very important work. Let me conclude. Let me bring this home to Africa specifically. Our chapter 3 names a structural problem directly. Value capture in the data economy concentrates downstream in analytics, in monetization, in reuse, while at upstream contributors, often farmers, our smallholder farmers, statistical bodies, public institutions in the Global South and across Africa, receive limited or indirect returns. That is not an abstract equity concern. I submit it is the lived experiences of being a data-rich, value-poor continent unless we all collectively act and are awake and get engaged and get involved with each other, with our friends around the world. We need each other as we move forward. but our drafts also point to real pathways forward, many already rooted on our continent. The African Union Data Policy Framework, Estonia's X road model now adopted in Burkina Faso. I'm sure some of members from Burkina Faso are in the room. Investment models in digital public goods and infrastructure that lower barriers for African small and medium-sized enterprises and our rising creators and innovators. So as vice chairman of the working group and as the CSTD vice chair the CSTD first chair who first set this working group in motion, my own contribution have focused on three things: helping establish this working group and ensuring continuity of its mandate through a difficult leadership transition, pushing for the explicit institutional recognition that data governance underpins artificial intelligence governance, and advocating that capacity building, meaningful capacity building, be treated as a precondition for equitable participation, not an afterthought once the rules are already written. My ask of this room is very simple. Very simple. Do not wait to be consulted. Submit your reviews, volunteer to draft and review, attend our sessions in person or online. The recommendations going to the 81st General Assembly at the UN will shape the rules this continent either helped write or must live under. Africa has the talent, as demonstrated in the room, the data, and increasingly the institutional frameworks to be a rule shaper in global data governance. Let us make sure we show up as one. I thank you, Mr. Moderator. I had several questions for your reflections, but I will save it from now because I know you have other speakers. But if people need to get in touch with me, please feel free to look for me online, on LinkedIn. Just type my name and send me an invite, and I will be very happy to connect to continue this discussion. Thank you so much. God bless, and I wish you very fruitful engagement. And please, please, please get involved, add your voice to this effort, and check the UN CSTD website. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A round of applause for Professor. Thank you very much, very, very much for addressing all the questions very well. I noted something Ambassador said: if we don't act, we may be rule taker instead of being a rule shaper. Okay, and he also said that Africa, we are data rich, but we may be value poor if we don't act. And he said we should also contribute to the working group, okay, as by submitting or reviewing the draft. So, any urgent comment or question to Ambassador, because we have time management. Prof, any? No. Okay, so Ambassador, thank you very much. I know you had other commitment, but if time allow, you want to stay with us. Thank you very much. But any final advice or something?
No, just thank you. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a privilege to share these very humble thoughts and insights on what we are doing around data. And I just wanted to say that we have Africans who are part of the working group from our governments as well as from non-state actors, civil society, academia, private sector, who are members of the working group, and others have signed up just to be observers. So I wholeheartedly encourage all of you to get involved and make it your business, because our business, and we don't want the rules to be given to us. We want to shape the rules, co-architect, co-design, co-own, and extract meaningful value for our population. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. So now let's move to the WDO perspective. Professor Lee Xiaodong will be joining us through video. Can we have the first video of Professor Lee Xiaodong on? So Professor Lee Xiaodong is the founder and CEO of Ofusi Institution for Digital Economy, professor and director, Laboratory of Internet Infrastructure, Chinese Academy of Science, professor and director of Center for Internet Governance, Tsinghua University, vice chair of Internet Society China, member of the National Digital Advisory Committee. He has also been very active in around the ICANN. He has been vice president of ICANN. He also served at the Chinese CCTLD's CEO of China Internet Network Information Center. And so Professor Lee Xiaodong will be addressing us on the WDO. WDO is the new established World Data Governance. So the first question to Professor Lee is to tell us about the genesis of WDO, why new organizations. Okay, can we have the video?
Thank you for the question. The World Data Organization was created because we saw a simple but very important reality. Data is becoming the key resource of the digital age. It powers artificial intelligence, drives the digital economy, and increasingly shapes how societies are governed and how people live. But while technology is moving very fast, global data governance has not kept pace. Today, we face three major challenges. First, global data rules remain fragmented. Different countries and regions have very different approaches to data sovereignty, data security, privacy protection, and cross-border data flows. Because of the differences, international data cooperation often runs into real barriers. Rules do not match, standards are not aligned, and trust is still insufficient. Second, the global data divide is becoming more visible. Much of today's international discussion focuses on large language models, computing powers, and global competition in artificial intelligence. These are important issues, but for many developing countries, especially many countries in the global south, the more urgent challenge is still more basic. How to collect data, how to store data, how to build digital infrastructure, how to connect people, and how to train digital talent. In this sense, the data divide has become a new development divide. Third, we are still far from full unlocking the value of data. Data silos remain a common problem around the world. Data is being generated on an unprecedented scale, but much of this value is still locked inside individual organizations, industries, platforms, and national boundaries. Data has become a core factor of production and a strategic resource for the digital economy, but its multiplier effect has not yet been released. The international community has made many important efforts to access these challenges. The United Nations, the G20, the OECD, and other mechanisms have all made valuable contributions to the global digital economy and the data governance agenda. But these mechanisms have their own focus. Many of them are mainly driven by intergovernmental coordination. Industry and technical community, academia, and other stakeholders still need a more institutionalized channel to participate directly in dialogue, cooperation, and rulemaking. At the same time, the needs and voices of Global South countries still need to be better represented in global data governance system. It is against this background that the World Data Organization was established. The inaugural assembly of WDO was held in Beijing on March 30, 2026. In his congratulatory letter to the inaugural assembly, President Xi Jinping pointed out that WDO, with the mission of bringing the data divide, unlocking data value, and advance the digital economy, provides a useful platform for deepening international data cooperation and improving global data governance. On the same way, we jointly issued the declaration on the establishment of the World Data Organization. In that declaration, we advocated the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits. Our goal is to connect the world through data and empower development through innovation. Let me be very clear. WTO is not here to replace the United Nations, the G20, the OECD, or any other existing international mechanism. What WTO aims to do is to complement that. We want to fill an important gap in the global data governance model. We want to create a platform where governments, enterprises, universities, research institutions, industry associations, technical communities, and other stakeholders can participate on a more equal basis and work together in a practical way. Data governance should not be a conversation among governments alone. It should also involve those who create data, use data, develop data technologies, build data infrastructure, and benefit from data-driven development. This is the basic reason why WTO was created.
So thank you, Prof. So the second question to Professor Lee was how is WDO, the new institutions, will be approaching the issue of data governance. So please, can we have the answer to that second question?
WDO will organize its work around 6 core areas. Through these efforts, we hope to advance global data development and data governance in a practical way. We want to support the circulation and use of data under the principles of compliance, security, trustworthiness, and shared development. Most importantly, we want data to better serve the development of the global digital economy. The first area is membership services and development. WTO is recruiting members globally. We want to build a membership system that brings together diverse stakeholders. Both organizations and individuals can apply for membership. Our bylaws also include an observer mechanism so that relevant institutions and representatives can attend meetings, take part in exchanges, and share their views. The second value is data governance policy research and compliance services. We'll focus on key issues such as cross-border data flows, data security, and privacy protection, and AI governance. We will conduct policy research, promote dialogue on rules, share best practice, and gradually build a global knowledge base for data governance. The third area is technological innovation and international standard. We'll promote joint innovation in data technologies, support development of international standard, and provide assessment and certification services where appropriate. The fourth area is critical data infrastructure and connectivity. We support the development of key data service infrastructure. We will work to improve interconnectivity and interoperability among digital infrastructures so that data can flow in a more secure, trustworthy, and convenient way. The fifth area is industry research and ecosystem development. We'll carry out collaborative research on digital economy. With data as a key factor of production, we'll publish surveys and reports with open source communities, promote efficient data use, support the integration of digital economy and real economy, unlock data value, and help build a more prosperous digital economy. The sixth area is exchange, cooperation, education, and training. We organize the World Data Congress and other public interest activities. We want to create opportunities for dialogue among different sectors and help build broader consensus on data governance and data development. At the same time, we provided digital talent training and certification services globally, offering intellectual support for the international data cooperation. Now, let me turn to the second part of the question. How can Africa contribute? I would like to begin with a very clear message. Africa is not a beneficiary of WTO. Africa is a co-builder of WTO. We sincerely invite African enterprises, universities, research institutions, industry associations, technical communities, and public organizations to join the WTO as members and to participate in all 6 areas of our work. Too often, discussions about digital development focus only on what Africa lacks. I think we should also focus on what Africa contributes. Africa has the youngest population in the world. It has enormous human potential, entrepreneurship energy, and digital creativity. In many areas, such as mobile payments, financial inclusion, community networks, and low-cost digital services, Africa has produced innovations that are globally significant. Africa's experience in data inclusion, low-cost data infrastructure, and community-based digital services is extremely valuable. These experiences are not abstract, serious. They are practical solutions developed under real conditions, often with limited resources and strong local needs. This kind of practical wisdom is exactly what global data governance needed. Of course, we also recognize that Africa still faces real challenges in data connection, computing infrastructure, algorithm development, digital skills, and institutional capacity. But it is equally true that Africa has shown remarkable creativity, adaptability, and resilience under different conditions. What WTO wants to be built with Africa is not a simple checklist of needs. We want to work with Africa as a partner to develop practical Africa solutions for the digital age. I firmly believe that a global data governance system without Africa's voice is incomplete. And the digital prosperity that leaves Africa behind is not the future that WTO wants to build.
Then we have one more video for Professor Lee Xiandong to answer what to come next for WTO. Now that WTO has been established, it has bylaws and a member, so can we have the video?
Looking ahead, the next phase of WTO's work can be summarized in 3 words: connection, empowerment, and co-building. First, connection. WTO will continue to build its diverse membership network. and we will give special attention to broadening Africa's participation. Today, WTO has already brought together more than 200 member institutions from over 40 countries and regions across 6 continents. These members come from 14 specialized fields, and including leading enterprise universities, research institutions, international organizations, financial institutions, and industry associations. A broadly representative and professionally influential international cooperation network is now taking shape. But to be candid, the current member of Africa members is still far from enough. It does not yet reflect the important role Africa should play in the global data governance landscape. AIS 2026 is therefore a very important starting point for us. It gives WTO an opportunity to establish more substantive connections with Africa's internet community and to expand our Africa membership network. We look forward to welcoming more African digital enterprise, technology institutions, universities, research organizations, and industry associations to join us. We hope African partners will become important participants in agenda setting, rule-making dialogue, capacity building, and innovation in the global data governance system. Second, empowerment. WTO will gradually develop a set of professional services and public goods around the key issues of data governance and data development. We will first build a knowledge base on global data development and data governance. This knowledge base will provide more systematic support for our members and partners. On this foundation, WTO will also work to publish annual report and carry out sustained research on key topics related to data development, governance capacity, and digital transformation. At the same time, WTO will actively promote standard, certification, education and training, and open source community building. In standard and technical cooperation, we will focus on interoperability, trust data circulation, and secure data use across countries and regions. In education and training, we will work with professional institutions and member organizations to develop courses, building knowledge frameworks, and train digital talent. In open source community development, we hope to foster a more open, shared, and sustainable data innovation ecosystem. Our goal is not only to discuss data governance. Our goal is to help countries and organizations build real capabilities for the data age. We believe these efforts can bring practical improvement to data development and data utilization, especially for countries in the global south. Third, co-building. WTO will continue to serve as an international platform for exchange and cooperation. We want to have more global data governance from conceptual consensus to practical collaboration. The future of data governance cannot be designed by any single country, organization, or company. It must to be built together. WTO will strengthen cooperation with United Nations agencies, regional cooperation organizations, international industry organizations, global enterprise, academic institutions, and technical communities. We will carry out joint research, joint training, joint seminars, and multi-stakeholder dialogue on issues of shared concern. We want to provide a more open space for dialogue among governments, industry, academia, and technical community. More importantly, we want this platform to produce practical outcomes, joint studies, cooperative projects, capacity building program, technical cooperation, and real applications. For WTO, AIS is an important starting point for long-term cooperation with Africa. We hope to use this roundtable as an opportunity to develop more concrete cooperation with African partners in membership participation, policy research, technical cooperation, talent training, open source ecosystem, and international conferences. Together, we can make sure that the data better serves Africa's digital transformation. And at the same time, Africa's experience can contribute new wisdom and new direction to global data governance. The history of the internet connected people. The future of the data should connect trust. If we can bridge the data divide, unlock the value.
I'm sorry, but for the sake of time, we have to stop because we have one more presenter before we break for lunch. And after lunch, we have the official opening. And according to Suzanne, the government official are already on their way to this place, so we cannot. So, but I think we all got the message. This panel was meant to, then we planned 1 hour and a half for it, so that's why the speakers were given 20 minutes to speak, but now we have to wrap up. Now we have the last presenter, going to be James Coons, which will be talking of, James is online to talk about how, why we must preserve the world digital memory, why historical internet measurement matters, and what are the risks of losing primary data. So please, let's have James. And James, I will please ask you to, I know it's not easy, but we planned this for weeks, but let's see how we can get the message through. So James, please, up to you.
Thank you so much, Alan. Oh, I hear my voice. I appreciate the invitation to speak with you. I'm super impressed by the diversity of the groups who have been assembled at this meeting that I've seen this morning. I'm calling from Boston, where it is currently almost 6 in the morning. So I will be very quick because I know you want to get to lunch and I need to get to breakfast. I am Jim Cowie. I'm currently a fellow at the Berkman Klein Center and at the Harvard Law Library Innovation Lab. Harvard doesn't speak for me. These are only my opinions. But I'm also with a project called the Internet History Initiative, which I will describe very quickly. The Internet History Initiative is a project to preserve the internet's data legacy, its operational history. So in some sense, this is the third perspective that you'll hear today. This is the easy one. This is about older data. This is data which is passing into memory that if we don't preserve, we will lose. And so I'm going to argue a little bit about why we really want to preserve that and how you can help. So clearly, I think what's already been said is quite clear. Data governance is, in fact, the foundation of AI governance. And we are headed into a decade that is going to look extremely transformative and disruptive because AI is arriving. And it's changing the way that we think about data, the relationship between the individual and their data, how the community can protect the individual with mishandling of their data, the state's role in this, and so forth. Beautiful perspectives already presented. I will not attempt to go there. What I will say is that in order to understand data, we need more perspectives. I am a simple internet measurement engineer. I collect internet measurement data. I do not have the historical background to interpret it. In fact, I don't think we will have the complete perspective about how to interpret the internet's operational history until another 20 or 30 years have passed. So we need to preserve the pieces so that our children and grandchildren who go and get PhDs and become historians will be able to make this to make it work out. I will quickly quote Gilbert Simondon, the great French philosopher who worked with and thought about technology alongside people. It was very clear that I think he would agree with the idea that you cannot approach this from a technical perspective, from a commercial perspective. It must also be a development perspective, that if we think about how the internet affects human progress, the two are only aligned, technical and human progress, insofar as They form a network structure, he says, whose mesh is human reality. Okay, so what that means in practice, we need to find out. In order to make sense of history, the historian has a problem. He has to wait for time to pass so that he can understand what it all means. Unfortunately, as time passes, we have a dilemma. The data gets destroyed. That's what happens to data. It gets lost. So the purpose of the Internet History Initiative is to look back at our operational history and figure out how to give future historians what they need to make sense of it all. So this is the initiative. You can go to the .org and poke around and register. The Internet History Initiative, I'll give you a very quick lightning tour, and it will have to be very quick, of the sort of data that we're looking for so that you can think about whether you might in fact know people who have some of this data. Just not to dwell on it, in the prehistory of the internet, from the time I was born, the internet grew up. There were lots of competing futures. There was no clear reason why TCP/IP and our internet protocols won the fight, but they did ultimately. And why was that? Well, they spent time in the 1980s to work on the protocols that would allow the global level of scaling, right? And the problem here is that this is originally an American network. It was built by the military. Later, it was built by the National Science Foundation. They did not allow commercial entities on this network. They did not allow non-US allies on this network, and that was very limiting. And so the story here is how they grew beyond that. But you can look back, even go back to the IETF number 24. This is before they'd even had their first overseas meeting. And you will see a very limited perspective in some sense. They say, how are we going to give out resources? Well, we're going to give a large subset to the North Americans. We'll give a second large subset to the Europeans. And the remaining continents will get the rest. We'll divide it up. They don't really think specifically about the rest of the world at this point in history, 1992. This is right on the edge of as everything takes off. Now, in Africa, at this point, there is a pre-internet internet. This is not the TCP/IP internet. This is old FidoNet, store and forward, UUCP. There's a lot of email already, including linking together universities in 30 different countries. There's a lot of details on how the apartheid system is falling apart in South Africa, managed to leak out through early email. But this is before the internet truly arrives. When it does arrive, it becomes a flood. So Tunisia and South Africa received their first sort of pings from the TCP/IP internet. By 1996, there is a flood. We have 16 new countries just in that year who get their first access. And the interesting thing here is that many of the countries in Africa leapfrog, as African countries do so beautifully, to leapfrog over previous technologies directly to the latest and greatest. Okay, and so it's exactly at this moment that the internet that we all think of as our planetary internet kind of comes to be. As soon as everybody has joined, and you can go end to end between any two hosts on Earth, we have this, finally, this distributed regional internet registry system that gets set up so that addresses and names and so forth can be given out locally with local wisdom. And at that point, people start to collect the data, which I'm looking for, the data that the Internet History Initiative wants. This is the age of measurement. Okay, so history really sort of, to me, starts to become legible once the institutions on that slide begin saving the data. They begin taking all the routing tables and the DNS logs and packet traces and saving them. Unfortunately, many of them saved it for a long time. So here we go. We have the NSRC and Oregon Route Views, who were central to connectivity in the early days. Packet Clearinghouse, central to the formation of IXPs. The Wright folks with their routing information service. We have Slack Pinger in Stanford, pinging everything on Earth. CIDA, of course, starts to measure. So here's an example of what can go wrong when we fail to preserve this data. Okay, here's Slack Pinger. This is the Stanford Linear Accelerator Center. These are physicists who are trying to figure out how to use the global internet for physics. And they're pinging everything on Earth for more than a quarter century. And Les Cottrell beautifully focuses on the emergence of Africa and the digital divide. He's one of the first people to use internet measurement for this purpose. Unfortunately, in 2024, Les retired. He reached the end of his career. and he stepped down, and his project was turned off, and his servers were turned off. And it was only at the last minute that we realized we were about to lose 25 years of his data, supporting all of his presentations over the years. We got them to turn those servers back on, and we got a copy. So this is perhaps an early success of the Internet History Initiative. We managed to get Les's data off those servers before they disappeared forever. But it was a very close thing. It only was saved because we knew somebody in the community who knew Les, who knew that this had happened and could point us there to save his data. So this is the community that we are trying to convene around this concept. We have all of this data, right, from the bottom of the internet to the top of the internet. Obviously, the regional registry allocations, all the BGP routing history, all the pinging and the tracing, the active measurement. At DNS OARC, the history of the DNS in each top-level domain. There's flow data. There's all kinds of different things. There's the history of PeeringDB, all of which come together to form an overall picture of what was going on every day in the history of the internet in every region on Earth. There is no privileged region on Earth. And in fact, the African history is perhaps 10 times more interesting than the American history because of the way it grew. So what we're going to build is we're going to build 2 collections for the Internet History Initiative. One is just for preservation, to make sure that all of this data does not disappear. We collect it, we find a place to save it. It's going to be federated and decentralized and all of the good things to make sure that this lasts for 100 years. Long after we are all gone, this data better be findable and available to historians and their AI counterparts. The second collection is going to have to be the research collection. And that's the sort of thing we think about when we think about an online, a warm data science front end to all of this cold data. And now we see what it's going to look like. It's probably going to include a lot of AI. It's going to have a lot of agentic AI working on this data, working with researchers of differing skill levels. You don't all have to be, this year, you don't have to be a computer scientist to dig into terabytes of historical data. You can be a regular person. You can be a specialist in some domain, and AI, agentic AI, becomes your helper to help you get in and become the librarian for this data. So the limits of what we could do with this are virtually unlimited. The most interesting part, I think, is to use AI librarians to help make this collection legible to the general public, to remind them of the times when technical progress and human progress have aligned, and also to remind them of the times when technical progress and human progress are at odds, right? There's just as much safety and risk here as there is opportunity. And that's what the community is figuring out as we work through this collection together. So if you want to help, and I'm glad that I'm kind of bringing this to a close quickly, there are specific things you can do. I've described the kinds of data that we are looking to rescue, but that's not an exhaustive list. Our largest problem is not the fact that we need more petabytes of disks or rack space or power, although we do need all of that. The primary thing we're out of is time. We're out of time in this session, but we're out of time generally. By the time we learn about things that needed to be preserved, they're often gone. So using the word of mouth through this community to find out where these data sets are and let us know about them before the machines get turned off forever is absolutely vital. So think it through. If you know of endangered data sets, old measurements, old traces, somebody has an old tape in the back of their closet where they gathered something off the network that they never thought they would look at again, introduce us to them. Help us find out. Find out who can authorize the preservation of those old data sets and hook us up with them. If you happen to belong to a host institution like a university or a library, of course, we would be glad to talk to you so that you can join the federated repository program and find out how to hold copies of the cold data, perhaps to be able to hold a site for the research collection as well. That's it. That's all the remarks I had to make. I truly appreciate being invited to speak with you, and I hope you'll reach out to me. I think LinkedIn is a great way to do it, or go to internethistoryinitiative.org and check out what we're doing. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, a round of applause for James. Thank you very much. So, Susan, I think I'll just hand over to you. Thank you. Thank you all for joining this panel on data governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alain. Now, it is lunchtime, and I just have a few announcements for you. Now, I know everybody in the room has received a lunch voucher. They are categorized in purple and blue. If you have the purple voucher, pay attention. You get to the lift, go to the 3rd floor, you will find Acacia Restaurant. Okay? If you have the blue, get to the lift, go to the 10th floor. Okay? If it doesn't have the 10th floor in the lift, kindly just get out of 3rd floor and then move to the other side for you to go upstairs. Okay? In the afternoon, we will be having the opening ceremony at exactly 2 p.m. So please don't miss out. Don't miss out by overstaying at lunchtime. Okay? And then outside we have the condolence book for the late Alan Barrett. Kindly sign because he was a member of our community, and we are giving the community an opportunity to say a few things. Okay? And then lastly, wherever you are seated, you found headsets. Kindly leave them in the room as you go for lunch. Please remember to carry all your belongings because the room will be freshened, and I can't assure you I can't assure you of the security of your thing. Okay? Kindly carry your belongings with you at all times. And see you at exactly 2 p.m., seated and ready for the next session. Bon appetit.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the Tech Hub, that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the Tech Hub, that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the Tech Hub, that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications, whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to apologize. The time is far much spent. We were waiting for our chief guest to arrive, and she's here. So a quick one. Once she gets in the room, we will all be upstanding for the national anthem and the East African anthem. And then I will invite the speakers to come here, and then the session will begin. Thank you for your patience, and we look forward to a good opening ceremony, right? Thank you.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries part of the top 10 fastest growing economies on the continent. This is because of the extensive and reliable network infrastructure that Liquid Intelligent Technologies has brought to Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Southern Sudan, and beyond. Running through the veins of economic hubs and even the remote areas, bringing world-class connectivity to businesses and homes alike. Whether it's the use of Liquid's digital services and connectivity that power the tech hub that Kenya has now become synonymous for, or the public-private partnerships with local government that helped Rwanda transform into an information technology-driven economy. Partnering with people in Uganda to ensure that our backbone infrastructure and digital services can help cater to the thirst that the locals have for indigenous local ICT expertise and innovation to ensure that their future is bright and promising. The deployment of Azure Stack hubs in Kenya and Tanzania makes in-country cloud computing possible for businesses running latency-sensitive applications, whilst enabling local data regulatory requirements by keeping data within the local borders. We built the first underground fiber infrastructure in Southern Sudan, delivering internet access to its people, businesses, governments, and NGOs, ultimately helping the country to progress towards the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Whether it's leveraging our unique African intelligence, digital services, and network infrastructure to develop African solutions, transforming sectors like financial services, manufacturing, retail, agriculture, healthcare, and hospitality. Or building digital skills across all ages through partnerships with tech hubs, 21C Skills e-learning platforms, and connecting schools to fiber, thus powering e-learning ecosystem. We are reimagining a digital future that leaves no African behind. East Africa's digital future is an intelligent one. We are Liquid.
Welcome to Africa, a continent made up of millions and millions of people just like you. Maybe you are a young African person with a great idea. Maybe you are an African charity organization, a school, a startup, a small business, or big corporate. You could be a restaurant, a sports team, a media outlet, or celebrity master chef. One thing is for sure, you are an African with a story to tell. So, what is the biggest thing that any idea, business, or organization needs to tell its story? You need a unique space on the internet to let everyone out there know who you are and exactly what it is you're doing. When you are creating that space on the internet, you need a domain to go with it. You've heard of .com and .org, right? How about .ke, .ng, or .za? These are all top-level domains where you can register the name of your idea, company, or organization so other people can easily find you on the internet. But how about identifying yourself with this most awesome continent that you call home? How do you create a space on the internet that is uniquely African? This is where we come in. You can now create your own unique African digital identity with the .africa top-level domain and be able to reach and appeal to the millions of African people across the continent. Claim your own .africa domain now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .africa, one continent, one digital identity.
We are about to start. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask my chief guests to please come up as we all stand for the national anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you. You may have your seats. My chief guests, thank you. Prof. Sni, thank you. Welcome to the Africa Internet Summit 2026 opening ceremony. At this point, waiting for Prof to come. We will observe a moment of silence in honor of the late Alan Barrett. At this point, I will welcome our local host, Dr. Fiona Asonga, to give her welcome remarks. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. And to believe that you've eaten a good lunch and you're feeling energetic and ready to continue the rest of the day. I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you, our distinguished guests, Director General of Communication Authority of Kenya, Mr. David Mugonyi, Madam Mary Kerema, Secretary ICT Ministry of Digital Economy and Communications, Dr. Nikweno, convener of the Africa Internet Summit, and Professor Wale, Chairman, the Board of Afrinic, all directors of Afrinic, all our regional RRI representatives who've come in from so far, the LACNIC delegation, the RIPE NCC delegation, EPINIC delegation, ARIN delegates, thank you so much for joining us. All of you important visitors, partners, investors, students, all protocol observed. Good afternoon once again. It is a privilege truly for Kenya and TESPOC to welcome all of you to the African Internet Summit 2026 in Nairobi. It's been a while since we had this gathering, and we are really honored that we could be the first conveners after a very long time. It goes without saying that as a community, where we are today is as a result of our intentional decision to agree to collaborate. When you look at Kenya's digital journey, it demonstrates what can be achieved through collaboration between various stakeholders, government, industry, academia, and the technical community. Investments in connectivity, whether it's inland or via the submarine cables, the data centers, local content and application services, digital innovations, continue to position Kenya amongst Africa's leading digital ecosystem. Kenya has a population that has a high appetite for innovation, and this has been observed to serve regional innovators and startups when they want to test their new applications before going to market. It is therefore not surprising that Kenya led the development of the digital economy blueprint that has so far been adopted by almost 20 countries across Africa. As local hosts, TESPOC is proud to support a platform such as this to encourage collaboration and strengthen the partnerships needed to advance internet development throughout the continent. TESPOC, which is the industry association, remains committed to supporting the growth of a strong, competitive internet ecosystem in Kenya. The AIS, which is the Africa Internet Summit, had become one of the most important annual gatherings for the African internet industry. And we are happy that we're starting to have these gatherings again, bringing together technology experts, network operators, policy makers, regulators, private sector, academia, development partners to discuss the future of the internet for this continent. It is truly a privilege and honor to be able to host you this week. And as a local host, I just want to give you a word of caution and advice. We want to be of help to you as much as possible to help you be comfortable. However, we cannot ignore the fact that Kenyans are feisty and very eager to express their rights. And as the week goes along, we will ask and encourage you to stay within the hotel premises because it is the safest environment in which you can be. However, if you do find yourself, for one reason or another, you have had to go out, because some of you have come to meet partners, and you've had to go out, and you find Kenyans in the streets expressing themselves fiery and energetic, kindly don't join them. Please find a safe place, and we will share a number from the TESPOC desk where you can call, and we shall be able to then give you guidance on how to move. We want you to be safe. We want you to go home in one piece. We also want you to see the country. So let's not be reckless. Let us be safe and careful, but just realize we are who we are as Kenyans. Fiery, what you see of me, fiery, energetic, always on the hype, is what many Kenyans are. And we will try our best not to interfere with you, but if you take yourself to the streets, normally you're safe in the environment, that like a building. Just so long as you're not running in the streets, you'll be safe. That is what I have to tell you. If you're in a vehicle and you see the crowds, if the driver can stop so that you get a safe place to park, that is advised. But please remain within the premises. That is my plea to you. But we are here to help you and to make you comfortable. Enjoy your stay. Get time to go for the game drives. Early morning, late evenings, is very safe to go for the game drives. The expression of rights is done during working hours normally. So working hours, you're supposed to be here. Let us work. Then after working hours, even those who are expressing rights want to go and rest. So we go and rest. There's nothing that happens in the evening that will cause you a problem. Enjoy yourselves, enjoy your stay, enjoy your conversations. Thank you.
At this point, I'll call Professor Nikweno, the AFNOB convener, for a few words.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, friends of the African Internet community. Welcome to AIS 2026, and thank you for joining us once again to make this another successful edition of the African Internet Summit. Your presence here affirms the resilience and unity of our community. Established in 2012, AIS has survived every challenge placed before it. It survived the COVID-19 pandemic. It continued through the difficult years surrounding Afrinic, our co-organizer since the very beginning. Many predicted the end of AIS. Many attempted to sing its requiem. Yet, here we stand, stronger, more determined, and more united. Having carried this forum across South Africa in 2023, Mauritius in 2024, Ghana in 2025, and now proudly here in Kenya. I want to express my deep appreciation to the friends, partners, and institutions who believed in us and supported the long struggle to recover Afrinic. Congratulations to all of you for your active participation, your reflections, your debates, and on your unwavering commitment to safeguarding our number registry. Africa is diverse. Some say there's no one Africa, yet we form one African Internet community, bounded by a shared responsibility to ensure that the Internet, and indeed the broader digital world, serves Africa's technological liberation and long-term sustainability. Now that Afrinic is back, I expect and sincerely hope that the community will take good care of it. The world is watching. The same excuses will not work again. Stewardship is now a collective duty. The theme of AIS 2026 invites us to continue reflecting on the resilience of our community and how it is evolving through tumultuous era of geopolitical confrontation and technological warfare. The future is unfolding before us, and Africa must be prepared not only to adapt, but to lead. We were not able to fully restore AIS to its complete format this year, but I ask you to prepare yourselves for AIS 2027, where we intend to return with a larger, richer summit, complete with workshops, tutorials, showcases, and the full spectrum of community engagement. AFNOG. I didn't hear. AFNOG. Afrinic en avant. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. At this point, I'll welcome Professor Adewale Adedokun. He is the Afrinic Board Chairman. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. The Director General of the Communication Authority of Kenya, Mr. David, Madam Karema, the Secretary, ICT Digital Economy of Kenya, Professor Nick Queno, the convener of the AF-STAR, our friends from other regional internet registries that are present, distinguished government officials that are present, distinguished guests, members of the internet community, government representatives, technical experts, industrial leaders, partners, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. It's a pleasure and honor to welcome you all to Kenya for the African Internet Summit 2026. This gathering is more than just a meeting. It is a homecoming for Africa's internet community. It brings together the very best of our continent stakeholders from across the region and beyond to collaborate, share knowledge, and shape the future of our digital economy. Thank you for being here. We gather here in Kenya at a moment when the African continent as a whole continues to demonstrate the transformative power of connectivity. Across our region, digital services are changing how people learn, do business, access healthcare, and interact with governments. Yet, this progress is not accidental. It's the result of vision, investment, collaboration, and strong institutions working together over time. And behind nearly all of it lies a layer of infrastructure that is rarely seen, but always essential. The internet number resources that allows network to exist and to connect to one another. It is the foundation we build upon, and it is the foundation we must all protect. This is why the work of Afrinic remains very important. Every network expansion, every new internet service provider, every digital government initiative, and every online business rely on internet number resources. Afrinic's responsibility is to ensure these resources are managed fairly, responsibly, and sustainably for the benefit of Africa and the Indian Ocean region. Through more than 2 decades of operation, Afrinic has allocated internet number resources to over 2,500 organizations across the public and private sectors, ranging from the national government and regulators to internet service providers, universities, and businesses of every size across our entire service region. These allocations have translated into more than 100 million IPv4 addresses placed into productive use, forming the technical background upon which reliable internet infrastructure has been built across and which reliable internet infrastructure has been built across Africa and the Indian Ocean islands. Each address, each routing prefix, each autonomous system number represents a building block. A hospital able to digitize patients' records, a university able to connect its students to global knowledge, a small business able to reach customers online, a government able to deliver services digitally. Collectively, this work has helped connect an estimated 540 million internet users across our region, a number that continues to grow every blessed day. Through our work, we support internet growth, strengthen routing security, promote IPv6 deployment, build technical capacity, and help create the foundation upon which Africa's digital economy continues to grow. This is quiet, foundational work of a regional internet registry. And it is work that, however invisible to the end user, has been instrumental in building the reliable internet infrastructure our continent depends on. This year's summit comes as a particularly significant moment for Afrinic and for the African internet community. Over the past years, our organization has faced unprecedented challenges that tested not only our institutional resilience, but also our collective commitment to preserving a stable, secure, and community-driven internet registry for Africa. I know these times have been difficult, and they have caused concern for many of who care deeply about this institution. Today, I am pleased to say with confidence and reassurance that Afrinic is moving forward with renewed purpose and determination. We are focused on restoring stability, strengthening trust, and rebuilding the mechanism that have always made Afrinic a unique institution. Openness, transparency, accountability, and above all, community participation. The African Internet has grown beyond because it was built by a community that believes in collaboration and bottom-up decision-making. As we look ahead, this community processes must remain at the center of Afrinic's future. The Internet belongs to all of us, and its development must continue to be guided by the collective wisdom and active engagement of the community it serves. In this regard, I'm particularly pleased that this summit marks the return of Afrinic's public policy meeting in a fully in-person format after 3 years. The PPM has always been the cornerstone of Internet resource policy development in our region. It is where operators, engineers, policymakers, academics, businesses, and civil society come together to discuss, debate, argue, but reach consensus on policies that affect the future growth of the Internet in Africa. The return of face-to-face policy discussion is more than a procedural milestone. It represents the restoration of a vital community process and reaffirms our commitment to inclusive and participatory governance. Being together in one room, sharing ideas, building consensus is what makes our community strong, and I am delighted to see this restored. This summit will also host Afrinic's annual general members meeting, another fundamental component of our governance framework. The AGMM provides members with an opportunity to review the organization's activity, assess its progress, and contribute to its future. Strong institution depends on active membership, and I encourage all eligible members to participate fully in these important discussions. Your voice matters, and we need to hear it. Equally significant is the ongoing Afrinic election process. Elections are cornerstone of organizational legitimacy and accountability. They provide members with the opportunity to shape leadership and ensure that Afrinic remains representative of the diverse interests and perspectives of our community. I encourage all members and our community at large to engage responsibly in this process and to view it as an opportunity to strengthen the institution that serves the African Internet. As we enter this new chapter, Afrinic's priorities are clear. We must continue to support Internet growth across the continent, accelerate IPv6 adoption, strengthen routing security, promote capacity building, and ensure equitable access to Internet numbers resources. At the same time, we must reinforce our governance structures and foster an environment where community participation can thrive. The future of the African Internet will not be determined by any single organization or stakeholder group. It will be shaped by all of us, working together through dialogue, consensus, and shared commitments to the development of an open, resilient, and inclusive Internet. Before I conclude, I would like to thank our local host, TESPOC, AFNOG, our partners, sponsors, speakers, volunteers, and the many individuals who have worked tirelessly to make AIS 26 possible. Your dedication is truly humbling. I would also like us to remember the pioneers who laid the foundations of Africa's internet and whose vision continue to inspire us. Some of them are here with us today. Some of them are no longer with us. Their work reminds us that progress is achieved when communities come together with a shared purpose and a belief in a better future. They built with hope, and we carry that hope forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Afrinic is moving forward. Our community remains strong, and the future of Africa's internet remains full of opportunity. There is so much to be optimistic about, and I hope you all share this my optimism. Let us, this week, learn from one another, build new partnerships, strengthen our institutions, and continue working together to ensure that the internet remains open, secure, resilient, and accessible for all. I wish you a productive discussion, meaningful connections, and a truly successful African Internet Summit 2026. Once again, welcome. Afrinic, AFNOG, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Prof. At this point, we will listen to goodwill messages from our partners. We'll start with a goodwill message from Mr. John Omo. He's the Secretary General of the Africa Telecommunication Union, ATU.
Our host, Hon William Kabogo, Kenya's ICT Cabinet Secretary, representatives of Afrinic and the African Network Operators Group, members of the African Internet community, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the African Telecommunications Union, I'm pleased to convey warm greetings to all participants convening in Nairobi for the Africa Internet Summit 2026. Because Nairobi is also the home to the African Telecommunications Union, it is a particular pleasure for me to welcome you here as you open a week of reflection, dialogue, and technical exchange on the future of the Internet in Africa. I'm encouraged that this year's summit continues its rich tradition of convening stakeholders from the ICT sector to exchange perspectives, build understanding, and work from a shared sense of purpose. That common purpose is essential to Africa's digital transformation because progress depends on our ability to work with one another, listen to one another, and build from the strengths each community brings to the future of the Internet in Africa as a whole. The ATU supports the goals of this summit, especially because the Internet in Africa is part of our economies grow, our institutions serve, how our young people learn and innovate, and how our countries take part in the global digital ecosystem. The systems that support it must therefore be stable, be trusted, and be responsive to the needs of our region. Within that context, the role of a stable and well-functioning regional Internet registry for Africa remains fundamental. The ATU therefore welcomes Afrinic's return to operational stability and the renewed functioning of its governance structures. That progress is important for Afrinic as an institution and generally for the African Internet community, and it must now be consolidated in a spirit of continued confidence, participation, and stewardship. That same spirit is also needed in regional cooperation. Africa's internet infrastructure and connectivity will grow stronger when countries, when operators, when regulators, when technical experts, and all partners work together on the systems that connect our networks and communities. The continent needs cooperation that improves resilience, expands connectivity, supports local interconnection, deepens technical capacity, and allows digital infrastructure to serve our developmental needs. The discussions taking place at this summit should therefore matter beyond this week in Nairobi. Their values should be carried forward to the wider stakeholders in our industry, whom each of you reaches and influences in different ways, so that technical knowledge, institutional responsibility, and Africa's digital ambitions remain connected. I therefore encourage all participants to use this summit fully, engage openly, and exchange knowledge generously. On behalf of the African Telecommunications Union, I wish all participants a productive and thoughtful and successful Internet Summit 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
尊敬的各位阁下、女士们、先生们，大家好！很高兴应非洲网络信息中心和非洲网络运营商组织的邀请，出席2026年非洲互联网峰会。首先，请允许我代表世界。
That was His Excellency Mr. Ren Xianling. He's from the World Internet Conference. He's the Secretary General. Next, we will have Mrs. Sally Wentworth. She is the Internet Society Chief Executive Officer.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sally Wentworth, President and CEO of the Internet Society and the Internet Society Foundation. I want to thank the African Network Operators Group for inviting me to be part of the 2026 Africa Internet Summit. I am delighted for the opportunity to join you remotely, although I wish I could be there in person with you in Nairobi. Fortunately, many of my Internet Society colleagues, as well as Internet Society members, are there on the ground, and I look forward to hearing from all of them about what opportunities for collaboration emerge from the days ahead. Across the Internet Society, we have always looked to this community for inspiration and practical solutions for how to build an internet for everyone. Because Africa's internet growth over the past 3 decades has not happened by chance. It has been built by people like you. The network engineers, internet exchange point operators, trainers, researchers, technical operators, and community leaders. Thank you for all being here to continue this important work. I also want to take a moment to remember someone who is not with us today, Alan Barrett. His recent passing was felt across the global internet community and deeply within the Internet Society. Because Alan was a founding member of the South Africa Internet Society chapter back in 1997 and a committed advocate for the internet. I wish he was here to see the return of Afrinic as a co-organizer of AIS. Afrinic's institutional resilience is one of Alan's many notable contributions to our field. It is a legacy that's also visible throughout Africa's internet infrastructure. In particular, the ongoing work to make the internet more resilient and more affordable. Because the reality is that people across the continent are still having to pay far too much to use a network that, all too often, is unstable. We saw that in 2024 in West Africa and East Africa, when damage to a subsea cable triggered weeks of internet disruptions. As long as internet traffic in Africa has to be routed through other continents in order to reach other parts of Africa, the network is nowhere near resilient or reliable enough to meet people's needs. And when 1 gigabyte of internet costs on average 25% of a person's salary in Central African Republic, it leaves meaningful connectivity entirely out of reach, which, as we all know, all leaves economic opportunity out of reach as well. The good news is, of course, that there are solutions, like internet exchange points that help keep traffic local and reduce costs for users, like community networks that are allowing communities themselves to take ownership of their digital future. And in the past 12 months alone, we've seen DNSSEC adoption expand across Africa, helping to make the internet safer and more secure for everyone. None of these technical solutions are possible without the internet technical community. Regulators, policymakers, companies, and communities simply cannot expand the internet without your deep technical expertise. And they cannot make this internet safer for people without this community either. But increasingly, we are seeing a push to sideline technical voices from the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance. We saw that clearly in December at the WSIS Plus 20 high-level event meeting, when governments came alarmingly close to excluding stakeholders, including technical experts, from their deliberations. 20 years ago, it would have been unimaginable for those who help build and operate the internet not to have a seat at the table when decisions for and about the internet are being made. Today, however, the multi-stakeholder model is increasingly under strain. So just as you defend and strengthen the global network itself, I urge you all to defend and strengthen the model that has allowed all of our voices to shape the internet. Defend your fellow stakeholders. Ensure that civil society and user voices are part of every technical discussion. Advocate for your rightful place at the table. Use a multi-internet governance approach to advance an internet that is safe, secure, and available for everyone. Gatherings like AIS are the perfect place to do exactly that. They create opportunities to exchange knowledge, build partnerships, and support the next generation of internet leaders. The discussions you'll have this week have the power to help connect the roughly 700 million people across Africa who still lack internet access and access to the digital economy. This is why ISOC is tremendously proud to support this event and be part of this incredibly important community. So thank you for taking the time to come to AIS and for being generous with your expertise. Because the future of the internet in Africa still isn't built by chance. It's built by people like you. So thank you for including me. Thank you for including the Internet Society, and I wish you a very successful event.
Thank you. At this point, I've been notified that there has been a truncation, and we will repeat the video from His Excellency Mr. Ren. But first, let us have Professor Tan Tienui, the World Data Organization Chairman.
Distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is with my great pleasure and honor to speak at the Africa Internet Summit 2026. On behalf of the World Data Organization, or WDO, I wish to extend our warmest congratulations on the convening of the summit and to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Niqueno, to the host organization AFNIC and AFNOC, and of course to the local host TESPOC. This summit, on the theme Shaping Africa's Internet Future through Collaboration, Innovation, and Resilience, brings together the builders and the leaders of Africa's and the world's internet community. It is, I think, of far-reaching significance. The world is accelerating into the era of intelligence, in which the role of data, both as a fundamental resource and as an engine of innovation, is increasingly evident. As a new era of the era of intelligence, data has become a core factor of production and a crucial strategic resource underpinning the growth of digital economy. It is reshaping the global economic and social development landscape at an unprecedented speed and scale, and is profoundly influencing the world's development, security, civilization, and governance. However, the current data governance structure has notably lagged behind the pace of digital technology breakthroughs, and this gives rise to a range of pressing and intertwined governance challenges. For example, uneven and inadequate global data development remains acute. Data governance rules are fragmented. The North-South digital divide continues to widen. Data flows remain impeded, and data security risks arise with increasing frequency. The international community urgently needs a global data governance system that is more equitable, open, secure, and inclusive, which facilitates the orderly development, regulated flow, and shared utilization of data resources. It was precisely out of a shared recognition of this defining challenge of our time that on 30th March 2026, the World Data Organization was formally established in Beijing, China. In his congratulatory letter to the inaugural assembly, Chinese President Xi Jinping underscored that China will uphold the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits, support the role of WTO, and work with all parties to build consensus on data governance rules, promote digital and intelligent technological innovation, facilitate secure, orderly flow and efficient development and utilization of data, support the healthy development of the global digital economy, and enable the benefits of data to better serve people around the world. The mission of the WTO is to bridge data divide, unlock data value, and advance digital economy. Unlike traditional intergovernmental international organizations or single-sector technical alliances, it is a new type international cooperation platform that brings together diverse stakeholders, including, for example, enterprises, universities, research institutions, international organizations, and financial institutions. We firmly believe that global data governance should not be dominated by a small number of countries or institutions. Rather, it calls for a governance ecosystem defined by openness, inclusiveness, multi-stakeholder participation, and collaborative development. The role of the WTO can best be captured in 3 words: connector, enabler, and builder. It connects countries and stakeholders through dialogue and cooperation. It enables developing countries to strengthen their data governance and industrial development capacities. It builds international consensus on data governance that balances efficiency with equity and development with security. At our inaugural assembly, we issued the Declaration on the Establishment of the World Data Organization. The declaration advocates the principle of extensive consultation, joint contribution, and shared benefits, connecting the world through data and empowering development through innovation. In a short span of just 2 months, the WTO has brought together over 200 member organizations spanning 6 continents, more than 40 countries and regions, and 14 specialized fields. It has formed an international cooperation network with broad representation and professional capability. I would like to take this opportunity to underscore a point of particular importance for the WTO. Africa's participation is not an option, but a prerequisite. A global data governance system that lacks Africa's voice is by no means complete. A digital prosperity that excludes Africa is by no means the future that the WTO seeks. The mission to bridge data divide that we advocate is at its core not about one-way technical support or capacity export. Rather, it is an invitation to African institutions, enterprises, and stakeholders of all kinds to take a part in the global data governance process as equal partners and jointly engage in the discussion of governance consensus, the building of consultation mechanisms, the development of data factor circulation ecosystems, and the improvement of data security safeguard systems. Africa is now writing a historic new chapter that defines its own digital future. With sincere commitment to cooperation and practical capacity for action, the World Data Organization stands ready to be a trusted partner in this journey. At the same time, we warmly welcome friends from all sectors across Africa to participate in the work of WDO, to join forces in advancing our shared mission of bridging data divide, unlock data value, and advancing digital economy, and to work hand in hand toward ensuring that the benefits of data reach the people of all countries and toward building a community with a shared future for mankind. Last but not least, I wish the African Internet Summit 2026 every success. Thank you.
Thank you. As promised, I would like a replay of His Excellency Mr. Rain Zanliang. Played again.
尊敬的各位阁下、女士们、先生们，大家好。很高兴应非洲网络信息中心和非洲网络运营商组织的邀请，出席2026年非洲互联网峰会。首先，请允许我代表世界互联网大会，向东道主肯尼亚技术服务提供商协会以及为本次峰会付出辛勤努力的各方伙伴表示衷心的感谢。当今世界百年变局加速演进，全球互联网发展既迎来数字化浪潮的历史机遇，也面临着治理迟滞、发展鸿沟、网络风险等诸多挑战。然而，互联网连接世界的趋势不可逆转，数字化赋能发展的动力不可阻挡。今天，我们齐聚一堂，围绕构建韧性互联网生态系统，打造创新数字非洲这一主题，举办2026年非洲互联网峰会，既是顺应时势的必然选择，也是面向未来的主动布局。世界互联网大会作为国际组织，自成立以来始终致力于搭建全球互联网共商共建的交流平台，推动国际社会顺应信息时代的数字化、网络化、智能化趋势，共赢安全挑战，共谋发展福祉，携手构建网络空间命运共同体。这一非洲数字契约所描绘的愿景，实现一个包容、有人性且可持续的数字非洲，利用信息通信技术促进大陆的社会经济发展与一体化，为其所有公民培育创新和数字权利高度契合。今天我愿分享几点思考：一、弥合数字鸿沟，共促包容普惠。国际电信联盟报告显示，截至2025年底，全球仍有近22亿人未介入互联网。非洲是全球数字化增长最具潜力的地区之一。让每一个人都能成为数字时代的参与者和受益者，是我们共同的责任。世界互联网大会正积极推动全球数字基础设施的互联互通，特别是支持发展中国家提升网络普及水平。大会设立的杰出贡献奖，不仅表彰在扩大网络覆盖、降低连接成本方面做出卓越努力的非洲企业和个人，更是要致敬推动非洲数字转型的开拓精神。弥合数字鸿沟需要各方携手合作。世界互联网大会愿与非洲各方一道， 分享世界各国在人工智能、5G、光通信、物联网等领域的建设经验，让数字技术真正服务于非洲的工业化、现代化进程。2、加强能力建设，壮大人才矩阵。技术的发展离不开人才培养。非洲拥有全球最年轻的人口结构，这既是巨大的人口红利，也是数字经济发展的潜力所在。世界互联网大会高度重视数字素养与技能培训，我们成立了数智研修院，以来自联合国系统以及欧洲、非洲、亚洲等地区的国际组织、企业、智库与媒体等机构建立合作关系，创立全球青年领军者计划，挖掘和支持全球互联网领域的年轻力量，其中不乏多位来自非洲的青年才俊。未来，大会希望与非洲各国政府、技术社群和企业等深化合作，开展有效务实的数字技能培训，帮助非洲培养更多人工智能、网络空间治理、电子商务等领域的人才，鼓励非洲企业积极参与互联网之光博览会和直通乌镇全球互联网大赛，让非洲青年从互联网的使用者转变为建设者和创新者。3、深化网络安全，共建数字人性。网络安全是数字时代的生命线，也是实现2063年议程和非洲数字契约的重要保障。随着数字化转型的加速，非洲大陆在共享数字便利的同时，也面临数据泄露、网络攻击等严峻挑战。深化网络安全不能只以被动防疫，更要以合作促共建，以创新强人性。世界互联网大会倡导尊重网络主权，支持建立多边、民主、透明的国际互联网治理体系。大会设立的领先科技奖在网络安全保护、关键信息基础设施防护以及打击网络犯罪方面积累了丰富的解决方案和案例，愿意分享与非洲各国共同提升网络安全防护能力，筑牢数字非洲的安全屏障。4、推动数字治理，赋能绿色发展。数字经济正在成为非洲经济的新引擎，移动支付、电子商务、远程医疗、智慧农业等应用场景在肯尼亚及周边国家蓬勃发展。世界互联网大会设立人工智能、电子商务、文化遗产数字化专委会，积极推动新兴领域的全球交流与互鉴。今年还将设立数字健康工作组，聚焦数字化、智能化技术在医疗健康领域的应用与创新。我们倡导以人为本、智能向善，反对技术垄断和数字霸凌。我们愿分享携手构建网络空间命运共同体的实践案例，与非洲发展愿景紧密对接，走出一条科技与生态共赢的发展之路。各位朋友，世界各大洲虽相隔万里，但互联网让我们天涯若比邻。多年来，世界互联网大会始终致力于深化与非洲的数字合作，取得了丰硕的成果。截至目前，已有500多位来自非洲国家的政府官员和国际组织代表参与了世界互联网大会各类交流与合作活动，覆盖人工智能治理、数字经济、网络安全等前沿领域。世界互联网大会将与非洲伙伴一道，不断拓展合作领域，深化合作内涵， 共筑数字世界。展望未来，世界互联网大会将继续发挥平台作用，将于今年7月21日至22日在中国西安举办数字丝路发展论坛，围绕智慧丝路、数据新城，携手构建网络空间命运共同体主题开展探讨。我们还将今年下半年在中国浙江举办乌镇峰会，诚挚邀请在座各位莅临大会活动，与各界嘉宾进行深入交流，分享你的真知灼见。最后，我想借用一句非洲言语来结束我的发言：捆在一起的树枝是折不断的。让我们深化合作，拥抱创新，强劲人性，在数字浪潮中携手前行。预祝2026年非洲互联网峰会取得圆满成功。谢谢大家。
Thank you. At this point, I will welcome Mr. James Turuthi. He is the TESPOC Board Chairman.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, riding on previous protocols with my fellow chairman, Afrinic, I'll ride on your protocols, if I may. On behalf of TESPOC, Board of Directors, and the members, many who I see here today, I take this opportunity again to welcome you all to Kenya. Karibu nyumbani. Welcome. Welcome home. Kenya is a key player in the ICT and technology space within the continent, and TESPOC, as one of the leading members associations, and the Kenya Internet Exchange Point as one of the key internet exchange points on the region. And I'm seeing some of the original members here. Thank you very much. I see you back there. The Kenya Internet Exchange Point, we continue to promote faster, more reliable, and more affordable internet services. We continue to offer capacity building, and we appreciate the support we get from many of you. Through partners such as Afrinic, to build the internet ecosystem and sector as a whole by ensuring adoption of best practices and skills. We continue to collaborate as industry players to engage government so that we can have a suitable environment to service our partners and end users, the end users in Mombasa, Turukana, Garissa, and everywhere in Kenya. While Africa has made tremendous progress in expanding internet access, significant work remains. Significant work remains, and that's one of the reasons we're here today. Millions of people across the continent are still waiting for meaningful connectivity, and issues such as affordability, digital skills, cybersecurity, and infrastructure development. We continue to work so that we can make developments in these areas. That is why forums such as AIS are so important. They create opportunities for dialogue, knowledge sharing, and cooperation. Among the stakeholders who are building Africa's digital ecosystem are represented here. Afrinic plays a vital role in that future. Its work in managing internet number resources and supporting internet development across the region remains essential to the stability and growth of Africa's internet ecosystem. Today, as technology service providers of Kenya, we are happy. We're more than happy. Tumefurahi sana. to see this event happening here in Nairobi, as it signals a change in direction from where we have been. It's our hope that we continue engagements and collaboration of stakeholders involved, and we will see that the organization is stabilized and set for a great future for the people of Africa. The conversations taking place during AIS 26 are not just about technology, but also about creating opportunities for economic growth, innovation, education, inclusion for all communities across Africa. I thank you all who have made it to Kenya and those following online. We appreciate you for your participation and continued support of these engagements. Before I conclude, as technology service providers of Kenya, I want to take this special moment to acknowledge and appreciate the Kenya government. When we were going through the challenges of AFRINIC, our Director General, Mr. David Mugonyi here, and Madam Mary Kirema, their phones were always open to us. We had very many sessions, and I think this is a good opportunity as the technology service providers of Kenya to thank them. So before I conclude, I'd just like to ask you all on behalf of technology service providers of Kenya, please give the Kenya government a clap. They never got tired of standing with us. They stood with us, and we appreciate you. David and Mary, asanteni sana. Now, as I conclude, with those few remarks, I take this opportunity to invite Madam Mary Kirema. I believe that's the next speaker, Susan, right? Thank you. Madam Mary Kirema. No, we've made a change, sorry. So DG, hold on. We'll invite you after Mary Kirema. So, are you sure? Okay. Please welcome Director General Communications Authority of Kenya, Mr. David Mugonyi.
Thank you very much, TESPOC Chairperson. The representative of the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Information, Communications and Digital Economy, Mary Kirema. Regulators present, led by my colleague from Gabon, Professor Adewale, Chair AFRINIC, Professor Ni Kwano, convener of AFNOG, my friend, CEO of TESPOC, Fiona, and the chair, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Did you have too much lunch or something? I know when the chair of TESPOC was telling you that he's welcome home. I know some of you are wondering why he's welcoming you home. Basically, what he was trying to say is that Kenya is the cradle of mankind. The earliest human fossils were found in Kenya. So this is where you came from. So you are home. I want to join my colleagues in welcoming you to Nairobi. And we are delighted to host the Africa Internet Summit 2026. I know most of you have heard Nairobi is known as the city in the sun, but you're wondering, where is this sun? It is very cold now. We are just entering our winter season, so bear with us. I think the TESPOC CEO threatened us that you should not leave this hotel or hotel you're staying in. I think that's not true. Nairobi is a very peaceful city. I think she was referring to maybe one day in this week, maybe Thursday, where we will have Kenyans express themselves willingly on various issues of governance, which is allowed in our constitution. So don't fear getting out. Maybe Thursday you can just be a bit careful. That is it. And this one only happens in the Central Business District, which I know most of you would not like to visit. I am not quite sure. Nairobi has a concoction of many things, which you can enjoy or engage in. It's a vibrant city. We have a national park. If you just go to the balcony, the national park is here, behind here. It's 2 kilometers away by car. You can see the Big Five. I don't know if the organizers of this event have organized a few safari vehicles to take you maybe early in the morning, maybe around 6, and maybe after 6 p.m. In the evening. We also have high-end restaurants with a wide range of restaurants, different cuisines. We also have malls that have luxury brands. If you're on the Louis Vuitton and such like, you'll get them in Nairobi. Don't get surprised. We also have very high-end clubs where you'll meet people with good intentions and those with bad intentions. Just ensure meet people with good intentions. Those with bad intentions will wipe out your allowances, and you will find it very difficult going back home. We've witnessed that. Okay, coming back to the subject at hand. Over the years, this summit has become Africa's premier platform for internet development. Here, policymakers, regulators, academia, and industry leaders converge to shape the future of internet in Africa. Our theme for this year, Shaping Africa's Internet Future Through Collaboration, Innovation, and Resilience, is two-sided. It is a reminder and a challenge. It's a reminder that Africa's digital future is ripe for shaping, that this is a moment of opportunity and possibility. The challenge is directed to you and I. It's a challenge to step up because we are the shapers of Africa in this digital space. We are the collaborators and innovators being called out by the theme. Africa's internet development journey has been remarkable. In the past 2 decades, we have had a front row seat to social and economic transformation. We have witnessed the significant expansion of telecommunications infrastructure and the emergence of vibrant digital economies across the continent. But we are not just witnesses of growth. We have also seen and continue to see substantial gaps in coverage, millions of unconnected and underserved communities. We are privy to serious cybersecurity concerns, and perhaps more than most, we see how shortage of skills and infrastructure deficits compound to slow down innovation. These challenges call for urgent attention, but their depth and breadth mean they cannot be solved by one nation. Africa's internet future demands an effort by Africa, a strong and purposeful collaboration, not just among governments and regulators, but also among operators, academia, and civil society. This is our task because when collaboration is genuine, innovation and resilience will follow. Kenya's digital transformation journey provides a practical example of the foundation we have to work with to shape Africa's internet future. Enabled by a vibrant innovation ecosystem, robust infrastructure, and progressive policy framework, Kenya has established itself as a regional digital hub. As of March this year, Kenya recorded 84.1 million active mobile subscriptions, translating to a mobile penetration rate of 157%, with 62.6 million data subscriptions and 52.9 million broadband subscriptions. In terms of devices, we are seeing an evolution with 50 million smartphones now in use against 28.5 million feature phones, a transition that is accelerating access to e-commerce, e-government platform, online opportunities, and e-health. These milestones, which are replicated across many African countries, demonstrate the transformative impact of sustained investment in digital infrastructure and the value of responsive regulatory frameworks that support innovation and encourage competition. They also represent the foundation for the next phase of Africa's digital future. This is what we have to shape. Connectivity gains are vital, but trust and security are equally critical. As internet adoption grows, so too does the sophistication and frequency of cyber threats. We are witnessing a surge in these threats. The volume is significant and underscores the magnitude of the risk. This makes cybersecurity a strategic imperative for our present and future, a top to-do item for governments, business, and citizens. The next phase of Africa's internet future is not about impressive connectivity statistics. It's about how to use those numbers as a foundation for innovation and growth. As a regulator, we commit to continued collaboration with our peers across the continent under the stewardship of African Telecommunication Union. We must sustain ongoing efforts to foster an ecosystem that serves our needs while keeping pace with global best practices. As we begin this summit, let us take this opportunity to deepen our collaboration and develop practical solutions that deliver the next level of Africa's digital transformation. Let us accept the challenge of shaping this moment of opportunity by building on the foundation of how far we have already come. I look forward to productive deliberations and a successful Internet Summit. I'm happy to witness the interest shown in this summit. But I want to ask us, with the same interest you've shown to this summit, when you go back to your countries, also talk to your governments. Tell them Afrinic is very important to Africa. Let us stop that hands-off attitude. Let us treat Afrinic as any other organization that we also treat with a serious interest. We should stop the hands-off attitude, especially from governments. You saw what happened in the few years in Afrinic, because we were not very keen. We just thought Afrinic is just a useless institution there. So when people discovered that they will not have internet, they will be getting internet from other countries, that's when governments came on the table. After that meeting, I don't think we've had a serious follow-up on the same. The threat is still there on Afrinic. So if we want to keep this resource, we should work jointly as a continent. Thank you very much. I will, sorry about that. I will invite the representative of the Cabinet Secretary.
Mr. James Turuthit, TESPOC Board Chair, Dr. Fiona Asonga, the CEO of TESPOC, Mr. David Mgonyi, the Director General of the Communication Authority of Kenya, Professor Ni, the AFNOG convener, Professor Dwale Adedokun, Afrinic Board Chairman, John Omo, Secretary General, ATU, distinguished leaders of government, heads of diplomatic missions and international organizations, distinguished leaders of the internet community, industry, academia, civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. It is my great honor to join you today as a guest of honor on behalf of my minister at the opening ceremony of the African Internet Summit 2026. Karibu Kenya, karibuni Nairobi. Today, we gather in Nairobi for something much bigger than a summit. We are gathered to ask one another defining questions, and that is, what kind of a digital Africa are we building? For many years, Africa question was, how do we connect our people? We must now ask, are we connecting Africa merely to consume technology, or are we empowering Africa to create technology? Are we connecting Africa to supply raw data or transform data into value? Are we connecting Africa to imported intelligence or to Africa innovation, Africa talent, and Africa prosperity? Because internet is no longer simply a communication tool. It is the operating system for modern society. It is the classroom where a child learns. It is the marketplace where a small business will grow. It is the bridge through which a farmer reaches a buyer. It is the platform through which citizens access government services. It is the foundation on which the next generation of Africa opportunity will be built. Before I go very far, I really want to take this opportunity on behalf of the government of Kenya and the people of Kenya to sincerely thank TESPOC for hosting the AIS 2026 here in Nairobi, for its continued contribution to internet development, industry coordination, peering connectivity, and digital resilience in Kenya. I commend Dr. Fiona Nsonga and the TESPOC leadership for the vision and effort that have brought this important summit into our country. I also recognize Afrinic, AFNOG, and the wider African internet community, and I hope you're going to have a party for the homecoming of Afrinic. Please clap for Afrinic for having reconstituted that institution. Your work may appear technical to some, but to Africa, it is strategic. You are not merely maintaining networks, you are strengthening the foundation on which economies, governments, and societies are now depending on. You are not simply routing traffic, you are routing opportunities. The internet works because communities like this one chose to cooperate over fragmentation, openness over control, and shared standards over isolated systems. That is the spirit that will really take Africa to the future. Our Kenyan digital journey. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is proud to host the AIS 2026 because we believe digital transformation is not an ICT project, it is a national development project. Our national journey is anchored on a simple conviction: technology must serve people, not the other way around. Today, Kenya has 84.1 million active mobile subscription, 62.6 million mobile data subscription, 52.85 million mobile broadband subscription, and more than 50 million smartphones connected to the mobile networks. Our mobile money ecosystem has grown to more than 53 million active subscriptions, confirming that digital platforms are now central to trade, payments, and financial inclusion. Our available international internet bandwidth has risen to over 28,000 Gbps, strengthening Kenya's role as a regional connectivity hub. On public service side, eCitizen now provides access to over 22,000 government services, bringing government closer to citizens and reducing the burden of physical visits. But these numbers are not the destination. They are the foundations. Our ambition is not simply to digitize services, but to build a digital state that is secure, interoperable, citizen-centered, and trusted. That is why Kenya is investing in the digital superhighway, the public Wi-Fi, digital hubs, digital identity, cybersecurity, cloud infrastructure, artificial intelligence, digital skills, and digital public infrastructure. We are also advancing the government enterprise architecture and the government interoperability framework because fragmented systems create fragmented government, fragmented services, and fragmented economies. Connected systems create connected institutions. Connected institutions will create connected societies, and connected societies will create prosperous nation. That is the Kenya we are building, and I believe that is the Africa we must build together. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of AIS 2026, a resilient internet ecosystem for an innovative digital Africa, is both timely and urgent. For Africa, resilience is not merely a technical term, it is a development term. Resilience means a student can learn when systems are under pressure. It means a hospital can access records when networks are strained. It means small business can continue receiving payments when one channel fails. It means government can continue serving citizens during crisis. It means citizens can trust the digital systems on which their lives increasingly depend. Resilience is not simply ability to recover after disruption, but to be consistent in the service you provide. Resilience is the ability to keep opportunity moving when disruption comes. For Africa, this resilience must be built in 4 dimensions. First, infrastructure resilience. Africa cannot build an innovative digital economy on a fragile infrastructure. We need networks that are strong, redundant, affordable, and locally anchored. Infrastructure resilience means more fiber, more last-mile connectivity, more public Wi-Fi, more data centers, more local hosting, more internet exchange points, stronger cross-border links, and more redundancy across cables, routes, and systems. Yesterday, the internet connected information. Today, it connects people, it connects services and markets. Tomorrow, it will connect intelligence. Artificial intelligence, digital identity, cloud services, public services, health records, education platforms, and cross-border trade will all depend on resilient infrastructure. Second, governance resilience. A resilient internet also requires resilient governance. The internet must remain open, interoperable, secure, and inclusive. But Africa must not be a passive recipient of rules written elsewhere. We must participate confidently in shaping global internet governance. We must arrive at ICANN, ITU, AFRINIC, the Internet Governance Forum, and other global platforms, not as spectators, but as contributors, not as rule takers, but as co-authors. Governance resilience means policies that protect citizens while enabling innovation. It means regulators who understand technology, policymakers who listen to engineers, technical communities that engage policy, and governments, industry, civil society, academia, and citizens working together. AIS is not merely a conference. AIS is Africa's digital parliament. It is where engineers meet policymakers, regulators hear from operators, innovators meet infrastructure providers, civil society reminds us that internet must serve all people, and it is where Africa collectively decides the digital future it wants. Thirdly, trust resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, trust is the currency of the digital age. Without trust, citizens will not share data, businesses will not invest, governments will not collaborate, and lastly, innovation will stagnate. Trust resilience requires strong cybersecurity, data protection, secure digital identity, responsible AI, digital ethics, transparent governance, and accountable institution. So therefore, cybersecurity is no longer merely an IT issue, it is a national security, economic, governance, trust, and development issue. In one quarter alone, Kenya's national KSAT CC detected 3.4 billion cyber threats events and issued over 20 million cyber threats advisories. This tells us one thing. As Africa digitizes, Africa must also secure. We must move from reactive cybersecurity to proactive cyber resilience, that is security by design. Last but not least, human resilience. The most important resilience is human resilience. Connectivity without capability is an unfinished bridge. A fiber cable can pass through a village and still leave people behind. A platform can exist and still exclude the citizens who cannot afford devices, data, or digital skills. A service can be online and still remain inaccessible to persons with disability, rural communities, women, youth, and small enterprises. That is why digital literacy, skills, local content, inclusion, and trust is infrastructure. Africa's greatest asset is not technology. Africa's greatest asset is its people. Whether a citizen can access government services with dignity, trust, and convenience. That is the true test of resilience. Not whether the internet reaches Africa, but whether the internet empowers Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, the next chapter of the internet will be shaped by artificial intelligence, data, and intelligent systems. AI is already redefining agriculture, health, education, financial services, logistics, manufacturing, and public administration, to name but a few. But Africa cannot afford to be only a market for important algorithms. We must become builders of Africa datasets, Africa models, African applications, and African governance frameworks. Our languages, cultures, development realities, knowledge systems must shape the artificial intelligence, because an AI system that does not understand Africa cannot adequately serve Africa. Digital sovereignty does not mean isolation. It means empowerment. It means having the capacity, infrastructure, skills, institutions, and confidence to shape our digital destiny. Africa must engage the world from a position of capability, confidence, and dignity. As a host of AIS Kenya, we really want to welcome you, but also to ask you that you make commitments to partnership, and therefore Kenya becomes the first one to really make commitments. And I want to announce the following. First, that Kenya will continue working to connect the unconnected through the digital superhighway, the last mile connectivity, the public Wi-Fi's, digital hubs, schools, health facilities, public institutions, and the underserved communities. Secondly, Kenya will continue championing an open, secure, and inclusive internet through multi-stakeholder dialogue and stronger participation in regional and global internet governance. Thirdly, Kenya will continue strengthening the digital trust through cybersecurity, data governance, and interoperability, digital identity, digital public infrastructure, and responsive AI. Lastly, Kenya will work with Africa partners to build capacity. The future of Africa's internet cannot depend only on imported expertise. We must train more network engineers, cybersecurity professionals, data scientists, AI developers, policy experts, researchers, and innovators. Africa Internet must be built by African talent connected to global excellence. I therefore challenge everyone gathered here in Nairobi to leave AIS 2026 with practical commitments. We've said conferences are important, summits are important, but action is more important. So therefore, we need to move to action. Let's build infrastructure that will reach everyone. Let us strengthen internet governance that reflects Africa's voice. Let us build trust through cybersecurity, data protection, and responsible innovation. Let us invest in people, skills, and local content. Let us build Africa AI solutions. Let us deepen interoperability and digital public infrastructure. Let us keep the internet open, secure, affordable, and inclusive. And above all, let us build a digital future that serves the next generation. Because we are no longer asking only, how do we connect Africa? We are now asking, what kind of Africa are we connecting? An Africa that merely consumes technology, or an Africa that creates technology? An Africa that supplies raw data, or an Africa that transforms data into value? An Africa that imports intelligence, or an Africa that will build intelligence? An Africa that awaits for the future, or an Africa that builds the future? For Kenya, I believe for Africa also, the answer is clear. Africa is not waiting for the future. Africa is building the future. And that future must be connected, trusted, inclusive, intelligent, resilient, and proudly Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to leave you with this thought. The nations that will lead tomorrow are not those with the most natural resources, but those with the most trusted digital ecosystem. Africa must not only join the digital revolution, Africa must help define it. May this summit be remembered not only for what we will have discussed, but for what was decided. Not only for what was promised, but for what was built. Not only for what was said in Nairobi, but for what Africa carried forward from Nairobi. On behalf of the government and people of Kenya, I warmly welcome you to Nairobi and to AIS 2026. And it is now my singular honor and privilege to declare the African Internet Summit 2026 officially opened. God bless you. God bless Kenya. God bless Africa. Asante sana. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
With that, I'll ask us to be all upstanding as our chief guest leaves. They will be having a press briefing outside. But for us, we can quickly go for, bring our tea to the room. I will give you 5 minutes because I've terribly overrun the program. And photographers, quickly a picture. Local host, as the rest of us. There are 2 serving points, one there and the other one here. Kindly take your tea, bring it here. We are going to the next session, which is going to the BR Bylaw Review Committee session. Your 5 minutes has started counting. On my left, there is also a serving point. At the far end, there is a serving point. You're allowed to bring in your tea and snacks in the room so that we can continue. Thank you.
now. Visit www.registry.africa to find an accredited registrar near you. Start your African digital journey. .Africa, one continent, one digital identity.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice, kindly get in the room. You can come with your tea and your snacks so that we can go on with the session. We don't want to overrun some more. We don't want tomorrow to find us here because we have overrun.
No, that should be fine. Just get the signal back.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear my voice, I know you can. Those who are talking in the room, kindly settle down. Those who are talking at the back of the room, kindly have a seat, settle down. And those who are outside and can hear my voice, we want to go on. This is a very, very interesting session that we are going to have. So, as we settle down, I would like to give a brief introduction of the bylaws review session. Thank you for all those who've come in the room. I guess it's best we continue, right? My technical team, I have the following people who are joining me online for this session. Please upgrade Kishna. Please upgrade Mr. Mike Silva. Please upgrade Kishna and upgrade Mr. Mike Silva. We have started the session. Please cut off advertising.
The invention of the steam engine and electricity drove the first industrial revolution. The availability of high-speed internet connectivity and digital technology is a transformation that is creating a new industrial revolution. A new revolution accelerating the East African region, making 3 of our countries.
Thank you. Now, are we ready to start? Ladies and gentlemen, as AFRINIC continues to strengthen its governance and reinforce the confidence of its members and stakeholders, one of the most important discussions taking place this week concerns the review of the organization's bylaws. Now, good governance is fundamental to the success of the sustainability of any institution, and as we've had here, this has been something that has come out very prominently in the opening ceremony and during other sessions that were happening in the beginning, at the beginning of the day. Over the past several months, the Bylaws Review Committee has been engaging with the community, reviewing existing provisions, and developing recommendations aimed at strengthening AFRINIC's governance, the governance framework of AFRINIC, and ensuring that it remains fit for the purpose of the future. This session provides an opportunity for the community to hear directly from the committee. 2 of them are joining us online, and 4 of them are on site here with us. And this session will provide an opportunity for the community to hear directly from the committee, understanding the rationale behind the proposed recommendations, seeking clarification, whether necessary, and contribute to the ongoing discussion. The strength of AFRINIC lies in the active participation of its members, which is you and I. And your engagement in this process is critical. This session is scheduled only for 1 hour, but at the end of the presentations, we will have a Zoom link for those who are joining us online. You quickly scan and register so that we can be able to set you up later today and for further consultations. But without further ado, please allow me to welcome the chair of the Bylaw Review Committee to take this session away. Mr. Mike, over to you.
Thank you very much. Just checking that I'm audible.
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Excellent, colleagues. Thank you very much for your attendance. And on behalf of the committee, we're very gratified by the trust placed in us by the AFRINIC board to gather feedback from the community and to recommend possible improvements to the AFRINIC bylaws to enhance the governance mechanisms that are currently in place and where improvement is required. Now, as one could imagine, this is an extensive task, and it would be ideal if we could get everything right. And I know that there are some people, and we've received a lot of excellent contributions with some very in-depth feedback and suggestions as to how we can amend the bylaws with a view to improving governance across the organization as a whole. We may not be able to get through everything, and we may be in a situation where we've got to look at this in phases. But the intent is to at least provide guidance to the board and to the community in terms of immediate improvements that we have identified, as well as some approaches more generally that can hopefully put the organization on a good stead going forward. My gratitude as always to the hosts for supporting AIS and for the session. Unfortunately, I'm unable to join you in person, but I've asked the colleagues on the Bylaws Review Committee if they could assist presenting the current status of the inputs received and giving the opportunity to have further engagement both now as well as informally thereafter to get feedback from the community to give us guidance, because we're not here to impose our will, but rather to gather your feedback to see what's reasonable, appropriate, where we have rough consensus, or trying to find a middle ground where there is no consensus, with a view to providing guidance as a way to improve governance going forward. So let me hand over. Let me also just acknowledge the significant support that we've received from Kishna, Ashok, Ghislaine, and the Afrinic team in assisting this work. Obviously, their assistance is greatly appreciated, as well as, again, just acknowledging the very significant inputs we've received from the community. People have put in a lot of thought, and they've given us excellent contributions that we're busy reviewing and deliberating on. So let me hand over to my colleagues in the room who will proceed with the presentation.
Thanks, Mike. My name is Andrew Alston. I'm a member of the committee. We're going to run through some slides very quickly. The idea is to run through these slides fairly quickly to give you time to speak, because this session is about hearing from you more than anything else. And so, like I said, we'll try and be brief with the slides. The purpose of today's session, the committee will provide an overview of the consultation process, explain how the submissions were analyzed, present some of the key themes emerging from the consultation, highlight areas of consensus and divergence, and try and outline the next steps. It's important to note, no final recommendations have been made as of yet. The committee members, Mike, the chair, who you've just heard from, Khaled, Sean, myself, Landry, and Simon, and with great support from the Afrinic Secretariat. Many, many thanks for all the support we've had from the Secretariat, because this would be monumentally difficult without their support. The community consultation process ran through a timeline, call for comments. We had a webinar as well. There was a consultation period, then an extension period. We've gone into an analysis phase, and the next step will be the drafting phase, and then there will be a final report. So we received 45 submissions. And they were received from resource members, government agencies, regulators, ISPs, civil society, technical community, former Afrinic officials, and Afrinic staff, and also included 16 detailed supporting papers. So there was a lot of input for the community to go over. We decided to adopt a thematic analysis approach, and we grouped the submissions into themes which were assessed against legal compliance, governance effectiveness, operational resilience, community legitimacy, practical implementation, and alignment with global RIR practices. I'm not going to read this whole list, but as you can see, we've got 18 thematic elements here. This slide deck, we'll get into a couple of these, and then we will talk about the rest potentially in a supplementary session, dependent on how time goes. But yeah, as you can see there on the slide deck, it is quite a long list of major themes. Areas of strong consensus. The community submissions support election integrity, they support transparency, support accountability, support governance continuity, they want conflict of interest safeguards, and they want institutional resilience built into the bylaws. The membership structure, so as I said, we're going to go through a couple of themes that we thought were really relevant to get feedback on. Starting with theme 3, the membership structure. There were some potential legal questions identified, and there were three approaches that were proposed. One is to clarify the current framework. Two, a community resolution mechanism. And the option three was a structural reform of the membership model. So that was what came from the submissions. Then we got to themes 4 and 5, which is resource management. And the debate here centered on transfers versus leasing, out-of-region use, and it raised some interesting questions. Should AFRINIC play a limited registry role? Should AFRINIC actively enforce regional use requirements? Those were two questions that came up. Then we had submissions on board structure, and there were several alternative models proposed here. The current model with 6 regional, 2 independent/competency-based directors and the CEO. And then we had alternatives with a 6+3 with the CEO as an observer, or a 6+3 with the CEO as an active voting director. And then there were also some constituency-based models that were proposed. Theme 8, regional representation. There were a lot of questions around this. If seats are regional, should voting also be regional? And there were a couple of options proposed: regional electorates versus continent-wide voting, and hybrid approaches of those two that were given to us. On election integrity, this was one of the strongest areas of agreement, and some of the common proposals here are an independent NOMCOM, an independent election committee, transparent criteria, proper procedures for election challenges, and rules around campaigning. So I think there was a lot of agreement on the way forward on this. Theme 10, director term limits, very broad support for director term limits, with a couple of different models proposed. Model A, 2 years, 2 terms plus a cooling off period. Option C, which was 3 terms. C was director term limits as a matter of principle only. And 4, term limits that are linked to a broader governance reform. On theme 11, on the Council of Elders, 4 different approaches emerged here. 1, retain; 2, reform; 3, replace; and 4, scrap it all together. And the committee, in evaluating this, is looking at purpose, necessity, independence, and practical value. And from there, we will come up with probably 2 options, but it remains to be seen. As I said, there are no final recommendations as of yet. Theme 13, the dispute resolution. We've had suggestions to include mandatory mediation, internal remedies, arbitration, and governance dispute procedures. And the goal of this is to reduce institutional disruption from litigation. So if we can find a model of dispute resolution that reduces the amount of litigation, that there seems to be broad support for. Theme 14, on government participation, there were different views here. Some support a government advisory committee-style mechanism, and others favor maintaining AFRINIC as a primarily technical coordination body. On theme 15, transparency and accountability, there was some very strong support here for conflict disclosures, publication of board decisions, election transparency, accountability mechanisms, and governance reporting. So those were strong things that came across strongly that were supported. So what happens next? We've completed the consultation and we've got our interim observations. We're now moving into a phase of drafting reform opinions, and the next phase after that will be a community review, and then finally there will be a final report with proposed resolutions that will be put forward at the special general members meeting later this year, I believe. We are now going to open the floor to questions, dependent on how long the questions go on for and how much discussion, and I'm hoping that there's a lot because we really need the feedback. We will move from this room into the Samburu room to continue this session if we run out of time. But this is your time to speak. This is your time to ask questions. The committee needs the feedback, needs to hear your voice, because AFRINIC, as a bottom-up entity, needs to be, the bylaws need to reflect what the community wants. So yeah, the floor is open.
Can we check the mic, please? The mic on the floor is not, seems not to be on.
Hello, hello. Okay, it's okay. It's fine. Thank you. So, Hervé Clément from Orange. So, thank you very much. I am very impressed by your work and the ideas on the result you gave so far. We made internally the exercise to reread these bylaws. And to be honest, as the first reading I had, there were some parts I absolutely did not understand as definition because of the past and our experience in the community, in the governance, and because perhaps of the work of the ICP2 done so within the SOAC as well. Perhaps I have some clue of things who could be better, and I think you gave the spirit of what to do. So the only thing, I will be brief, so I am waiting for the new version you will give, and I hope that when reading it, I will have the ability to see, okay, that how a regional internet registry has to go, has to be governed, and it will be clear enough because there was a lot of part of with lack of clarity. So my only word is thank you.
Thank you very much for that feedback. I think that it is something that the committee is looking at. The bylaws at the moment kind of have to be read conjunctively, which means you've got to read through everything and cross-reference. And I think that one of the things that the committee is going to work towards is to try and make sure that we don't have this conjunctive reading, but that it is more clear on a section-by-section basis, but it is something that has been discussed.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, mic is working. Firstly, I'd just like to say that you guys were quite charitable in your classification of the different submissions you received. There was nothing about from random idiots or the like, so you were quite charitable in your classification. I'm curious about the remark that you made around the role of government and it being sort of two positions on there with an advisory committee type structure and so on. From the submissions received, how much of the discussion on that does sort of exist within a binary, and how much room is there within the scope of discussion to sort of say AfriNIC is a technical body. It is it isn't a governmental entity, but that governments individually and collectively are a stakeholder, just like everybody else is a stakeholder. I'm just sort of wondering, where that discussion sort of lands in terms of not being, put in a two-track binary. Thanks.
Thank you. Who wants to take that? Okay, I think I should. Let me take that. We did receive submission from government, as you imagine, because they are stakeholders as well. And so I think without necessarily saying or second-guessing the committee, we are still considering all the options, all the submission. We are still looking at it. We want to make sure that whatever we are proposing, because eventually it's the resource members that we vote on this. We want to make sure that whatever we are proposing continue to maintain the multi-stakeholder nature of the IRR system, continue to maintain the community and equal footing that we have at the moment. But again, we are still in the point of taking feedback, reviewing what we have received. And of course, if Ashok, who is perhaps legal, may have some other things to add to what I've just said, but that is the stage we are in now. Thank you. Ashok, do you want to?
In terms of our process, and that is the intent is not to point fingers and say, Paul's input said X, Y, and Z, and our report will do the same, is we're looking at themes. We're not going to attribute comments or quotes to any particular submission. We don't believe that's very helpful. So the intent is really to just indicate that there are certain themes that are coming through. And I think Paul's question, is it binary? At the moment, it is a little binary. And it's the objective of this committee to try and thread the needle, to try and find a position which is not completely binary. So, but what we're not going to do is tell you who said what and why and what we think of individual submissions, but rather trying to pull together the themes and then propose practical ways forward that can encompass the various submissions that we've received.
Thank you very much, Mike. The floor is still open. I was expecting a long queue, but any other person wants to make comments? Yes, please.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Adeo Molulu, Mewan. I didn't quite get the decision of the committee on transfers. I'm not sure I'm very clear on your feedback on what happens to, or how do we prevent this from happening?
Okay, I think, all right, I'm going to just quickly comment on that. And if there's someone else on the committee that wants to add, they can also add. So for transfers, one of the things that we discussed within the committee is that the home of IP resource management, when it comes to what determines how we manage IP resource, is in the policies, and it is the PDP, that is the PDWG Policy Development Working Group, that are actually in charge of that. And we believe that a lot that has to do with the transfers needs to be empowered and needs to come from the policy side of things. We may actually, we are thinking of how do we make sure that the bylaw further strengthen the PDP to be able to further fulfill its mandate. That's what we're kind of looking into. But again, I see my colleague Andrew is going to make more additions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think something that's really important that we've discussed in the committee is that the bylaws are a governance document, and they may well refer to external documents like the policy manual, etc., etc. But baking operational things into a governance document is probably not the right approach. I would say that is something that we've kind of discussed quite a bit, and it's more a case of empower the PDP, because in the issue of transfers in particular, that is a policy issue. And the community needs to set those policies. I saw there was another hand up from somebody else. Please feel free. Yeah. We're not hearing Annette. Is she unable to?
Hi, Andrew. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you fine.
And thanks very much, Henriette Esterhuizen here from Johannesburg, South Africa, civil society member of the community. Just a question, thanks for the excellent presentation. Based on your work and on the submissions, was there one or maybe two thematic areas that stood out as being significantly in need of rethinking or reform? Did particular areas emerge, or was it an across-the-board sense of needing to review the bylaws?
So you'll notice in the slide deck presentation, we presented only a subset of the long list of subsets, because those are the ones that we felt needed the most input and attention. So there was definitely aspects of it that were non-controversial or we didn't get a lot of comments on, versus aspects where there was more comments and that required more time and debate amongst the committee. It's not uniform across the bylaws at all.
Mike, you want to say something?
I think, happy to align. I don't think that there is a big one or two key issues. And I think part of what Andrew was suggesting is, I think a lot of the governance approaches are contained in the bylaws, but it's rather refining, simplifying, pulling the threads together so that people understand how they fit together.
All right, let's go back on the floor. Question from the online?
Yes, Mr.
Yes,
Abdul Karim.
Go ahead, please, Abdul Karim.
Thank you very much. My name is Abdul Karim. I'm from University of Ilorin, Nigeria. Thank you for the wonderful session. My question is, what is the timeline for the committee and what is the process going to be like in terms of, would there be public comment after you've done your work, or it will just go for voting by members only? Thank you.
Okay, I think I can answer that. Thank you. When we started this, we published a timeline. And actually, part of our timeline is that we were going to have a draft, a first draft, published for community consultation before we then go back to have a second draft. But we kind of were amazed at the significant contributions that we had, and we need to analyze it. We need to, Andrew kind of explained the approach that we took to prepare, to review those submissions. That made us not to be able to have a first draft at this meeting. But we're going to be, after this meeting, we're going to be having a review of our timeline to kind of publish an updated timeline that we capture the fact that we still need to have a first draft and then consultation from the community and eventually, but I should note that ultimately the resolutions are going to be voted on by the members, but we would have that opportunity for community to give their input. That is definitely going to happen in the process. We will publish the updated timeline very soon. I think it's likely after this AIS. Anyone want to add?
Yeah, just one note, and I think this underscores how important community participation is here. Keep in mind that to change the bylaws require a 75% supermajority vote of the eligible voting member base, all the people voting. And so we need to know from you, are we going wrong? What are we doing right? And we need to hear your thoughts, because at the end of the day, it's your votes that are going to decide whether or not these amendments happen. And I think that's really, really important to note. We as the Bylaw Review Committee are here to analyze community feedback and put it into words, put it into proposals, but at the end of the day, the community is going to have their say, and it is going to be by formal ballot on these amendments. And as I said, it's a high pass mark, 75%. So we really need to make sure that we've captured people's thoughts. I don't know if anybody else wants to add anything. Ashok?
Thank you, Chairman, if I may. You see, it is important to place the context of our discussion today. We have been working the committee here for some time on our own, as it were. So time had come, looking at the substantial number of submissions which were made to us, we thought it, with the chairman and other members, that it was good, maybe important even, for us to tell you, to put you into what we are doing right now at the level of the committee. Of course, as Sean has said it, and Andrew also, this is only work in progress so far. And eventually the final draft would be where we'll come to you again for discussion with the community. But do bear in mind that there has been so much work which had to be done. We, in fact, the timing that we had put in the beginning, we had to change it. There is so much that has come our way that we need time. We can't come to you with something which is so flimsy and simple that doesn't warrant any change or doesn't warrant any reflection. So we thought this meeting today, this discussion was very important to tell you what we started with, where we are, and what we are going to do. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Do we have any question or comment from online? Okay, yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Noah Abdelbaki. I'm from Egypt, and I'm an Afrinic fellow. My question basically was also about the timeline. But my question is, when do you expect to publish the final report? And thank you, by the way, thank you for your efforts on reviewing the submissions and the comments. And do you plan to organize any webinars with the community members to address their questions? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a very good question. And thank you. Welcome to Afrinic. We definitely, we have done webinars before. We definitely will do more before the final report is published. We want to make sure that the community is carried along as much as possible. We want to make sure that they understand the changes that needs to be made, and so that by the time it gets to voting, it's easier. We have done this process in the past whereby when we got to voting, we didn't achieve as much success as we have hoped that we would achieve. So we want this to be more engaging. So I would say that our timeline is going to be based on the timeline of when the board intends to do the SGMN. That's the special general meeting. So we're going to work backwards based on that timeline. So I wouldn't say specific time now because we need to consult with the board to actually know, to actually then have an updated timeline which we'll work with. But in between of that, we're going to plan webinars and we're going to plan sufficient time for the community to kind of comment on the first draft, which will be published at a later time. Thank you.
Yeah, just to add a little bit to what Sean said about the SGMM, by corporate law, when the announcement of the SGMM goes out, it has to be at least 21 days before the SGMM, and it has to include any resolutions to be voted on. So we're kind of working back from when that SGMM, we don't have a date yet as to exactly when that SGMM is, but it is crucial for us to have things discussed and ready and in resolution form with community feedback at least 21 days before the SGMM in order to fulfill our mandate.
All right, I'm not seeing any hand in the, is there any hand in the Zoom? Okay, oh, go ahead. Yes, please.
Going to take a second round and have the great pastime of seeing if I can make other people have to do more work. I'm just wondering, with there being potentially contentious bylaw amendments or potentially a need to stage it, has the committee ruled out a situation in which at the next, at an SGMM, that would be the next meeting, one set of proposals is brought forward, and that could be interim bylaw amendments, and the committee continues working, or has that been ruled in or ruled out? And I'm just sort of wondering if I can make more work for you guys.
I mean, thanks for that fantastic suggestion. It's something that we'll take as a feedback, which, of course, all feedbacks are welcome, and I think what you just said is something that we can take back and then put in our consideration when we are looking at the timeline that we're going to be reviewing very soon and publishing. Thank you very much. Oh, Mike, yeah, Mike, you have the floor.
Also to respond to Paul's suggestion, and I think it's an excellent one. Obviously, we need to consider the terms of reference under which we operate. The board needs to be convinced. The intent is for this committee not only to come up with a draft set of bylaws, but also to come up with a report. And in that report, the objective will be to also analyze and assess areas for future improvement, items that don't necessarily require urgent attention or which may require additional engagement, consultation, review. So I certainly think that ongoing review is a good thing. Do we need to keep a standing bylaws review committee, or does this fold into the governance committee is something that we can, of course, debate and discuss with the board. But I think that having ongoing assessment is always a good thing. One should never be comfortable that we have a perfect solution and we can move forward. We're an internet organization. If this is bylaws 3.0, we should already be looking at 3.1 and 3.2 and eventually getting to 4 and so on and so forth.
I think the other important thing is in the report, as Mike alluded to, we'll be referencing things that could be looked at for further improvement. In addition to that, I think there will be potentially areas where we say, we've had feedback from the community, but it was out of scope of the bylaws and the bylaw review committee. However, this does need to be looked at outside of necessarily the bylaws, because there there were areas and submissions that we had which look way beyond the mandate of the Bylaw Review Committee. And we'll be talking about that in the report. And then I think seeing what the way forward on those issues is, because we are constrained as to what goes in the bylaws versus some of the suggestions which go beyond that. And I think that that will be delved into more deeply in the report. Mike, I don't know if you want to add more to that.
All right, thank you very much. I think we can call this a wrap if there is no other comments. Yeah, okay.
Good evening. Yeah, my name is Abraham. I'm from South Sudan and I'm Afrinic 37 fellow. I would like to know from the panelists if there is a provision in the current bylaws that where all sub-African countries or regions are represented. This is to ensure regional, all regions are well represented in Africa. So I would like to know if there is that adequate representation of all regions in Africa.
Okay, thank you very much. It's always good to hear from fellows. So the current bylaw make provision for its board members to be sourced from different parts of the region. So it's not necessarily country-based, it's region-based. So we have Western region, we have North and all the regions. Then we also have two non-regional, which we refer to as independent, which Andrew was doing Andrew's presentation. So in the sense of representation, when all these members are on the board, they act as a board, even though they are sourced from those regions. But when they are on the board, they act as a single board, acting in the interest of the entire continent, not necessarily in the interest of their region from which they are from. Whether we can really have representation on the board from the 54 countries in Africa may be a little bit ambitious, but what is important is that we are able to ensure that the entire board is actually representing the interest of the entire Afrinic Service region. And that is one of the things that's why it is important that this bylaw speak to that. And if there's anything we can change in the bylaw to kind of make that even much more loud enough, we'll be happy to receive those feedbacks. Ashok, do you want to make any legal condition or antidote on this one?
Yeah, thank you, Sean. In fact, as matters stand today, we don't have any legal issue with what come from the reflection of the gentleman who just spoke earlier. But we have got to bear in mind that if you look at the history of Afrinic, the way it has evolved, and the way we have been running elections, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that this organization is a continental organization. It is there as a representation of African interest. And we have had to devise a mechanism to ensure that there is a governance on a continental sort of plane, scope. And the process that we have put in place so far has served the community to a certain extent. And it's up to you to decide whether we have well served the community so far in terms of the bylaws and the governance. And if there is a need to change, this is what we are actually doing. And if ever the community feels that the representation of the African interest in the context of an African continent African internet community needs to be changed, then it's up to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashok. I think at this point we can call it a day. I see the timekeeper is already there, so I'll hand it to her to kind of...
Thank you, Sean. A round of applause for them. Thank you so much. You can have your seats. Thank you. Thank you. You can just leave the mics there. So we quickly move to the last session of the day. And this session is a panel discussion that will be moderated by Mr. Alain Aina. Okay. Alain seems to have changed his mind over something. Let me consult. Okay, because of time, I will call Professor Ni to come to the stage and we wrap up AF study. Thank you. Prof, over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you've had a reasonable session. I want to see if you are still up, so I'll do my usual things a little bit. So, AFNOG, please help me. Otherwise, I will not sleep well tonight. AFNOG, AFRINIC, very good, very good. We stayed longer than we had anticipated, but I think it has been worth it. I hope you agree with me. We've covered a lot of subjects, and we even have unfinished business, and I apologize particularly for the postponement of the WSIS Net Mondial panel. I'm really sorry that we couldn't get it in. But what we will try to do is to invite you to come join the Internet Society Day. I think it's Friday. And we believe that there is sufficient synergy between the topics they want to cover and the content of this session. So we'll try and coordinate with the organizers there to see if we can absorb that. So I hope that addresses that disappointment. Are you with me? Oh, I think you must be tired. Give me just a few more minutes so that we can wrap up well. There's also a very important session we wanted to have, which was to hear from an internet pioneer from Kenya here, Richard Bell, as to how far we have come in Africa. We couldn't get it in today, but we've pleaded with him to come tomorrow in the morning, just before we start the AFNOG Day. And you know the AFNOG Day itself will have lots of things which I'll ask Alain to share with us. So I really thank you very much for your persistence, your commitment to develop thought within the African technical internet community. We need to continue to stimulate. I know that there are still some follow-up issues. Madam Tripti Sinha stimulated a lot of thought, ranging from our collaboration, resilience, all the way to the RENs. And I want you to keep advancing those thoughts. So if you want to do some follow-on, please contact any one of us so that we can plug you into the right community to discuss. There was also a new initiative which I think we don't want you to lose sight of, which is the data side of things. Guys, remember, we had an era of computing, and then more recently, you are having an era of algorithms, but don't forget that the data too is there, and it's going to emerge. So if we don't want to lose, and have another data divide and all that, then we really should get together and start addressing these. And you can see some of our colleagues in Asia are moving. And I really want you to keep track of it. So I think those are the follow-up things I see we could do. So please contact any one of us. But without delaying you too much, I will plead with Alain to share with us
what we can expect there on the AFNOG Day. That's tomorrow. So thank you very much. AFNOG.
Yeah. Tomorrow we'll start at 9, our AFNOG Day. So it's going to be, again, technical presentations. We will start with presentation from Richard Bell. We will have a keynote presentation from Admin, one of the network provider from Nigeria. And we'll have interesting presentations on post-quantum cryptography from Paul Hoffman, one of the distinguished internet engineers who work for ICANN, very active in the cryptography. So please come tomorrow on time, read a bit of post-quantum, quantum, and be ready to ask questions to Paul. We have set 30 minutes after the presentations so that we can engage with Paul and understand what, and the topic is what to worry about and what to not worry about. So thank you, and then the rest of the day will be presentations. We'll have a panel also on the peering, the evolution of the peering on the continent. So it's gonna be another rich day, so please come tomorrow on time, and then we shall enjoy the day. So thank you very much.
Okay, one more. You know, don't go away, you two stay here.
Susan, you two come.
Yeah, you, Susan, come. And I'd like to plead with Professor Dewale to also come, please.
Professor.
Please come. Yeah, I have to bring
the alarm memory.
No.
I want to announce it.
No, they cannot do that. Okay, please, stand back next to me. Stand next to me. I think, you know, from time to time we get separated. AFNOG and Afrinic have been running this AIS from, you know, the time we started, 2012. For whatever unseen reasons, unfortunate reasons, we were separated. And I'm just so glad that I want to welcome you in the closing ceremony that Afrinic is back. Afrinic is back. Okay, so that means that AIS is back in full force. And sometimes it's worth taking a moment to share that glory. Okay? So you can say anything if you need. Just a few words.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you for all that you do. The last few years has been very challenging. Afrinic didn't go anywhere. Afrinic just went to sleep a bit. But with the likes of Professor Nee and my brother from another mother and several other people, they have woken Afrinic from his slumber, and Afrinic is back, fully back. Last year, you know, I promised Afrinic would come back in 3D. I didn't see very well last year, so we are back in 2D this year. Next year, I'm sure we should be back in 4D. So, but we are glad that we are back. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. It was a long day, no? Okay, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad we have networked. I know everyone has met 1, 2, 3 people that they knew before, or 1, 2, 3 people that they know now, right? And that is the purpose of AIS. Now, tomorrow we will be having a memorial for the late Alan Barrett. We are collecting condolence messages online. Online is being done on the AIS website, and we will relay this to the family. So the online version is done on the website, and the on-site version, there's a condolence book outside. Kindly make sure you leave something, okay? We will have a memorial tomorrow from 6 o'clock in this same room, and it will be a good time to remember the late Alan Barrett. I also encourage us to continue networking by visiting the exhibition booths on this side as well as at the back of the room, and continuing engagement with fellow participants. I want to say thank you for being part of AIS 26, the first day of AIS 26, which is AF Study, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. For those who do not know me, my name is Susan Otieno. I have been your MC. It's a pleasure to also welcome you in my country now. This is my home country. For those people confusing me for a Nigerian, this is my home country. I am Nigerian when we are hosting in Nigeria, a Ghanaian when we are hosting in Ghana, and an African when I work for Afrinic. But this is now my hometown, and I really welcome you, and I hope you enjoy the hospitality of my countrymen. I wish you a good evening, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.